Hi everyone. Hi Jan.
Hello, guys.
Hi. Welcome back.
Hello. Thank you. Thanks for having me again.
Thank you. Thanks for joining. It's good to see you again in our academy.
Thank you. Thank you. It's amazing. Really love to be back.
Thank you so much. I see people are joining, almost like 1,200 people joined for this workshop.
Wow. Amazing
And
numbers.
thank you. We've never seen a crowd like this. So
Nice.
I see people are joining step by step. That's good. That's a good sign.
Nice.
So, welcome everyone. Thank you so much for joining to this workshop. Today, we're together with Jan Wilk. He's going to teach us about a cyber villa and about the essentials of starting with Maya as a design software, 3D modeling software. We're going to be together for 4 or 5 hours. And for those people who are right now watching from Zoom, uh, there might be the room might be full because as I said, as I mentioned, the capacity is just 500 people. If the numbers go up and we reach to 500 people, you might not be able to join the Zoom, so you can just watch from the YouTube link that is right now broadcasting on YouTube. So just to start, yeah, Jan, welcome back to our academy. Last time it was almost a year ago, we had this Cyber Pavilion workshop together, and it was a super great workflow that you showcased to all of us. And we had a very fun workshop, a weekend together. So I think on this workshop, we're gonna cover a little bit of the basics. And maybe you can briefly tell us what should we expecting on this weekend from you, and what are the things that you're going to focus today, and give us a hint or a kind of like a brief for the upcoming 5 hours.
Yeah, let's do that. Hey, guys. Hello, everyone. Really love to see you. Really love to all of you. Well, today, as you mentioned, Hamid, we're gonna focus more on essential tools, so pretty basic stuff at the beginning. Although it doesn't mean that we are not going for a bit more cool modeling and having fun at the end. I hope so, at least. But we're gonna start with absolutely basics, and we are gonna start from scratch. I'm gonna open fresh canvas of Maya. I'm going to set up the environment. I'm going to set up all the handy tools we want to have. And then we're going to set up the settings and preferences. And we're going to jump in and start sketching and having some exercises of modeling exercises. And then we're going to, I'm pretty sure it's going to be like a second half. We're going to jump in and create this villa model. And I hope at least some of you guys, I'm pretty sure majority of you, because the modeling is pretty simple and basic, gonna end up with a model of a villa and having this shot at the end.
Perfect. That's amazing. Thank you so much. So I'm going to briefly give a short introduction about Academy and also some updates about the upcoming events that we're having. And I'll share my screen. Then I'll go back to you, Jan, and
All
give
right.
you the stage so you can start with your presentation. So just 1 second. First of all, guys, thank you so much for joining again. This is a free workshop that is also broadcasted on YouTube. You can access from our YouTube channel. The link will be shared right now on the Discord, on the Zoom chat section, and also on Discord. Second, you'll probably know about this page. This is the workshops page that we share our upcoming workshop. For if you enter here, you will see the upcoming events that we have organized. Today we have Jan Wilk, and he's gonna showcase a Maya workshop together with us. And next weekend we have AI augmented creative workflows. It's an AI workshop with Josh Vermillion, and we have done 3 times workshop with Josh, and this is the 4th time with more updated tools, and he's a very inspiring instructor. So if you're interested, check it out. We have the week after that, we have spatial fragmentation 2 with Mumu Keser, and the workshop will be about Houdini. And this workshop is a little bit at intermediate to advanced level. We did the first session, which was beginner to intermediate. Right now, if you want to elevate or enhance your Houdini knowledge a little bit more, just make sure to check it out. Mumin has these kind of amazing works that doing with Houdini. And if you don't want to miss it out, check the details. The week after that, we have a robotic together with Python with Daniela Atencio. She was also a part of CD Next. So if you're interested to learn more about robotics and the coding language of Python and as an architect, you can use it with these robotic automations. Yeah, just check it out. And we're going to do online workshop this one. We have another AI workshop with creative direction with AI with Aida Rasuli. She's an inspiring designer, and recently she's been doing a lot of fashion work, fashion projects. If you're interested, just check her workout, and you can join this workshop. There's a digital members workshop that's coming up with Abdul Alim. This is an AI workshop. It's just one session, which is a 4-hour session. If you are not a digital member, you can just click here and become a free member, become a member and join this workshop for free. And you can just see our digital membership page. It's like a €4. It's less than a coffee. And you can also access all these previous membership workshops by just paying €4 per month. And also we have a discount for a yearly membership. If you just join our yearly membership, just type this code and you will have 30% discount just for the first year. So you can use this opportunity. And then we have Taken Control 4. It's a workshop with Carlos Banion using control nets and also Comfy UI in architecture. It's a very, very inspiring workshop. I would recommend not to miss this workshop. If you are into AI, you will definitely have lots of things to learn from this workshop. And if you want to join all those 3 AI workshops, we have a discount for you. We made it as a bundle. So you can have a discount like 26%. And if you are a member, digital member, you can have additional 15%, €169 for 3 workshops. Basically, that was the fee of the one workshop last year in our platform. So you can just join with 169 to 3 workshops. And that's it about the upcoming events. The second thing that I'm going to show you is the Discord channel that you want to I want all of you to join. Just give me 1 second. I'm just going to connect to my account. After you log into your account, come here and go to members Discord. If you are a digital member, you will have your badge in here and connect to our Discord in here. As you click connect, you will be redirected to the Discord. And this is our Discord server. And under this free events section, we will start writing here. Hi, everyone. Please start writing here. That's it. And if you are a member already, like standard, silver, gold, you will have access to member-only channels where we do other member-only workshops. But so far, this is our Discord. This is our main communication channel. We recommend not to use Zoom chat because it's not going to be saved in here. But if you can join our Discord, it would be awesome. So you can access everything in our Discord channel. Basically, that's it. And also for those people who asked, if you visit this course section, you will see all the courses that you have signed up to in this section. And this video is being broadcasted to YouTube. You can have access from the chat section. And that's basically it. Then the last thing is we have also a 30% discount for all some of the previous workshops that we did. If you're interested, you can just check it out. And by entering this code SkillUp30, you can receive 30% discount. If you are a member, you will have additional 15%, which will be 45% discount for previous workshops. So yeah, that's it. I'm just gonna stop in here. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining to this event. Super excited to start with Jan. Towards the end of the workshop, we will give some people the ability to speak and ask questions. So if you have anything to ask, just raise your hands towards the end. So we will give you the ability to the microphone so you can speak and share your ideas. That's it from my side, Jan, and so excited about the event. Let's get into it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. I'm going to start with the sharing.
Great.
I'm going to start with a very short presentation
Awesome.
to give you guys a little bit of the vibe about Maya and why it's so cool and why I use it. So,
Jan, I need you to
I remember.
hide the panels. Yeah, hide the panels. Sorry.
No worries, that's all good.
The controller, hide the controller.
Yeah. Where is it? I hide the video panel, but I hide the names of where is it? Oh yeah, meeting controls.
Yeah.
Is it all right now?
Yep, awesome, great. Thank you so much.
All right. So as I said, very short presentation, and then we're gonna jump in to Maya, and then we're gonna start setting up all the settings we need for the day. So I'm gonna start with the university time because it's all started back then because my university was pretty modernist oriented. There was no so much space for looking up for the future, and that was always the thing that that interested me the most. And then the whole idea about searching for a new software was born because of the environment that I had there. I always been good at this first stage of the conceptual design, and having the ideas and having the sketches, and not so much about the rest. And the variety of the software that was introduced back then was pretty stiff and really not allow me to explore my ideas significantly. So then I was starting to search for a new thing. Of course, Zaha name was popping in all the time. I was a huge fan. I'm still of the work, and the studio going really well now. So the Maya came in naturally, and then that was the time where a lot of designers from Zaha start doing the workshop, the online. So I just took a couple of those and starting my journey with Maya. And then right after the bachelor degree, I'm pretty sure it was the graduation master project going on. And then I decided that was pretty brave at that time because I had zero knowledge, as one of you here today with the software. But I decided to went with fully scale, and I designed my final project fully in Maya. So everything was done in Maya. Of course, as I mentioned, the university was pretty, technical drawing and construction oriented and focused. So I had to get the vision first, but keeping in mind that the all technical documentation waiting me just around the corner. So the concept, I really wanted to keep it fluid, but I had to also keep in mind that I got to deliver all the rest of the stuff. So as you can see, I developed a new skill set. So Maya, Rhino, and eventually I had to do the documentation in AutoCAD. But um, the Maya and Rhino was the really the software that helped me to achieve this one. And that was really fortunate because I'm really happy and I'm really proud that I took the risk back then, because right after the graduation, I started work at Mind Design. This is the design studio oriented architecture practice based in London, led by Miroslav Nasko. Some of you maybe might recognize him, and our projects. So starting from the day one, I had a task inside Maya, and basically at Mind, our first and everyday tool is Maya. So we are opening Maya every single day, and then start sketching, throwing ideas, um, and creating our designs. So as you can see, starting from the very left upper corner image, there's like a huge scale, almost like a full city project for the client, for the Dome World client. This is the Metaverse project. But as you can see through all these images, we are skipping the scale and switching the scale all the time. So the big cities, the master plans and the buildings, going down to house design or public spaces design, and then we are going even smaller. So the interior design, product design, furniture design, and all this stuff, everything done inside Maya. And this is the beauty of the software. You are switching the scale really effortlessly, so really easy to do. Um, the next thing is that I saw also the comment on the Discord that some of you guys ask why not Sub B, why not Rhino. All right, you can argue that you have absolutely the power of achieving pretty much similar outcomes inside Rhino and SAP-D, although still it's not fast enough. It's not efficient enough, I guess, at least for me and for the people I work with, and I know, because still you are able to coming up with multiple design ideas and manipulating the geometry way faster in Maya, especially in these design stages, and this, the time when you are just throwing idea and you have like 50 iterations by the end of the day, and you have to explore the options. And this is why Maya is uncatched right now, and really there is no other software that offers that flexibility and that room for exploring ideas. But here is the slide. Maya also was the big influence, because at Mind I also create a lot of graphic design, and all the graphics are inspired by Maya curves, and none of those graphics would be possible without the sketching and this unique features of Maya. Then I'm really glad that still keeping a great balance, and the studio is led in the particular way that we are keeping the balance between the virtual projects and the real life projects. So we are doing a lot of house design, single family buildings, and then the interior design, but also we're doing a lot of virtual and metaverses projects. And we are still developing the huge scale multi-level platform for the clients all around the world. Here are some example of the public space for this dome project that I mentioned before. Here it is, the my private project that I've done outside of the work. So this is over hours, just having modeling for fun. This is actually the course that I did with Academy with all the guys last year, which was absolutely cool experience. And then we have some of the shots of today's class. This is also really important because many of you ask me also in the messages that how exactly you are translate the designs into some cool pictures and some cool renders. So the way is very simple and it's very obvious. and it's actually identical to either it's a 3ds Max or any other software, Rhino or even SketchUp. So you are modeling, and then you are taking this to rendering software, so you can see examples of how you have the screenshots on the one side, and then you have developed visuals throughout all the different softwares and platforms by getting like this kind of real life picture. And then the last part of the presentation is to guide you through some software principles and explain again why Maya is so special and why I chose Maya as my everyday tool, and searching the job for this particular tool. Basically manipulating the objects inside. As for you guys that you're not familiar with the software at all, you are manipulating the meshes inside by 4 modes. So object, face, edge, and vertex mode. Basically, you're switching constantly between those 4 and creating your own designs. And the whole magic happen when you press number 3 or number 1, because basically those are 2 preview modes on the displayed modes that you are switching between. Basically, all your meshes, and we're going to create the meshes that looks like on the left side. So it's number 1 is standard mesh preview, and this is how much vertices, how much faces and polygons you have inside your mesh. And this is obviously like this stiff, ugly trash stuff. And then when you press 3, you can say that you can see that on the right hand side of the screen, it's completely different world. So you got this preview, and this is why I think this is one of the biggest reasons why Maya is so special, and why is the top choice of the architectural studios like Zaha, MAD, and other big names, because of this quick and significant tools that we have. Basically, it's all about Maya Catmull-Clark subdivision algorithm that's running inside software, and this one is responsible for giving you this ability, switching between those 2 modes with just the press of the button. You have always your left hand on this button, so 1, 3, and you're constantly switching back and forth while modeling. And this is why this is so quick and this is so fast, especially when you are getting more familiar with the software. You are getting faster, and you are producing multiple thousands of, or maybe not thousands, but hundreds of ideas and iterations of the project. And then pretty basic points of the presentation, but I think really important one. But I was struggling with this one as well when I was starting. So it's all about creating some basic geometry, some polygon primitive geometry that you have to start. You have to start with something. You have white or clean canvas, and then you have to start with something. And usually there's like 3, I would say 3 major options you have. So either you start with the torus polygon primitive, or the plane, just simple plane, or the cube. I'm going to show you that in a minute when you're jump to the Maya part. But you have a lot of primitive to choose from, and basically what you end up with, it's like 90%, I would say, with those 3. So torus, plane, or just cube. Because that allows us to manipulate the geometry in this number 1 preview. So you can see this middle image. So this pointy, spiky shape is just number 1. And then when you press 3, it's just this one on the right. It's just simple as that. And you have this kind of juicy and playful and nice healthy curve on the right. And then you're adding the details and start developing your sketch. But you have to start with something, and we're going to start with the very simple exercises later on this class. And then today's class, I hope at least some of you guys going to end up with the final shots, with the final screenshots of the model. So this is all what we are doing today. First, I'm going to introduce the whole interface and how we navigate inside the software, because it's pretty different than, for example, even SketchUp or Rhino at first as well. So we're gonna set up the environment, all the settings we need. And then we're gonna create some basic exercises to understand more about the principle of modeling. And then after this, we're gonna jump to the villa model, and I hope we can model together this model till the end. All right, let me start with Maya. So I'm gonna open the Maya. No. Okay. I'm scrolling the chat to see if you guys need some. All right. Cool. Let's start. Yeah. Right. Okay. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna start. So probably you're gonna see when you open your Maya clean set, you're gonna see something like this, more or less. We're gonna setting up everything from scratch, but we're gonna start first with setting the workspace. So as you can see in the upper right corner of the screen, you have this this tab to pull down, and then we need to go for modeling standard, okay? And I have this kind of star at the very end. This is because I modify already some of the windows, but then you go here and reset current workspace, okay? In this case, we're gonna have all the same, and we're gonna have all the windows like that. I think at the very basic of Maya, it's on the general, and we don't want to do. We don't want to have this because we have also some animation sliders, and we are not gonna animate anything today. So we're gonna have the modeling standard. All right. And then when we have the modeling standard, first we have to set up some preferences. So to do that, let's go to Windows, setting preferences, and then click on preferences. All right. So Windows, settings, preferences, and then preferences. Click on the preferences, and then we have to find the settings tab here on the list, and just be sure to have app access enable Z. All right. We need to have the Z axis app because Maya is, as you probably know or you don't know, but basically Maya is primarily like a animation and rigging software, not really modeling in any related to architecture. So for animation and for rigging, you have your Y-axis up. But for architecture, we're going to use this for architecture. So we have to make sure that our up axis is on the Z-axis. So this one, rest leave at like that. Then go to undo. This is almost at the very end. And then set the undo on, first of all, if you got it off, but you probably have this on. And then set this on infinite. All right, so this means that we can control Z literally as many times as we want. All right, the next one. All right, let's find the file/project tab. And then we're gonna set up our autosave because Maya tend to crash a lot. Apparently, like the Autodesk team works quite significantly and improved that quite significantly over time. But still, it happens a lot that Maya crashes, and this is why we need autosave. Of course, you have that you also might have that habit that you control S constantly every single, I don't know, 5 to 10 minutes you control S, but if you are forget, in case you forget, you know, like half an hour even of the work of the half an hour might, you know, be kind of significant progress in your project. So it's always handy to have something like this. To bring autosave on, you need to just enable it here to check this box, and then click on the name folder. So choose the name folder here, and then this line should be released. And then you click on the folder, and then you choose whatever folder you want when you want to have your autosave library. All right. In my case, I created a dedicated folder inside the Cyber Villa. So the name of the class in the folder. All right. Okay, and I'm pretty sure that's it. Let's do save. Another setting that we really want to have and be sure to have the same as me is when you see this top shelf, this small shelf, when you have the icons and you have all those arrows that you can hide and unhide all the features. We're gonna go with the features in a minute, but first the settings. If you don't see these three boxes, we are aiming for setting up these three boxes on a relative transform, all right? When you have this on absolute, you know, like a random weird things happening. So we really want to have this on relative. If you don't see this, it's probably it's because of it's hidden. So you have to open it. Make sure it's on relative, and then we're gonna see also one thing, which is go for display, heads up display, and then as you can see, I have checked a couple of boxes here, and what it means, it's I have like some indications in my viewport that allows me to identify, for example, the current camera I'm in. So when you see at the very middle of the screen, right above the black or the gray bar, you can see the persp, which is short from perspective camera. So that indicates and give us the hint that we are in a perspective mode. On the right side, lower corner, you got focal length of the camera, because sometimes when you're especially working with the interior or some smaller spaces, you really want to lower your focal length down to be able to, you know, navigate and manipulate the geometry inside the tiny spaces. And then I also have the view axis. So this is this icon on the very left. Symmetry, if you get the symmetry, it doesn't matter really. When you got the symmetry, that indicates you about this, but we're not gonna have the symmetry. And then the poly count is also the one feature that I chose. And this is basically here. When you create some basic geometry, gonna give you the preview how many vertices, edges, faces, or if you are working with triangle meshes, they're gonna like give you the feedback how much of each of them you have in the file. So once again, be sure to have that. I'm gonna just pause it here. All right. And there is like one more thing that I wanna cover. Let me share. Maya takes time to open. Yeah. All right. Yeah, we have to go again for the windows and setting preferences and preferences. And then basically, I just wanted to give you, we are not gonna change those settings, but I want to give you guys knowledge where we can change this, all right? So under the display tab, you go for the polygons, and then basically you can change here the size of your vertices and edges, the width of your edges and the size of your vertices, because it depends on what monitor or what laptop you have. Because, for example, I got external monitor that is, I don't know, 4 or 5K resolution, which is way bigger than it was on my laptop. So all the vertices in my Maya was just like a tiny dots that I wasn't even able to select properly. So if you are struggling with something like this, so your vertices are super small, then you go here and just increase whatever you want. You have to try and see what is the right number for you. For me, it was 7, but I think for everybody could be a different one. So you can here type the value and just try whatever works for you. All right. If you have like a standard resolution of your screen and you don't have like this 5K screen, it's absolutely fine as a default setting. But I know that I was searching for this option for a quite long time when I was having the new monitor. Okay, so this is the one. And then, okay, so save here. And then last setting that we want to set is our background, because probably your background is different than mine. So as you can see, your background is probably like a solid black or solid gray or whatever that is in between. And to change the preview of the color of the background, just press Alt B. All right, Alt and B. And then you are switching between those colors. And I have this gradient one, and I want to, I don't know if you guys have something like this, but I'm pretty sure you don't. So we need to go to, again, Windows, Setting Preferences, and then Color Settings, okay? This is the tab. I give you guys a moment to click on this one. Color settings, and then basically you can customize your colors inside Maya. So whenever you see different wireframes, so the different color of the edges or the vertices or whatever that is, you can jump here and you can customize your Maya whatever you want and whatever you like. But we are not going to do that. We're just gonna set the background so the colors as it is right here. So probably you want to have something like this, or you are preferred to working at the black background or the gray one. I prefer to have like a little bit of the gradient at the background. That kind of works the best for me. And also that was the background that I have in work. So this is the settings, colors, then 3D views, and then just change this sliders to have more or less something like this. If you want to have the gradient, if you don't, just keep this, okay? Just save. And then to not going with all the settings again, we need to go to File and Save Preferences. In this case, we're not gonna have to do that anytime more. Okay. Okay. And now we're gonna setting up the work environment that we have here, because we're gonna use some of the features and windows that we really need to have very close, just to keep the work at the proper pace. All right. Where is it? Okay, first of all, we need to bring the outliner here. Outliner is some sort of the list of every single geometry or object or manipulator or whatever that is that we have in our file. To get the access to the outliner, we need to go to Windows and then just click on the outliner. All right, Windows, outliner. And then it should be here by default. But if it's not, and if it's like a floating window, it's because we have the power to stock our outliner whatever we want, but actually we want it exactly what it was before. So just to dock it on some places, you just need to grab the window, hover over the border of the previous tool, and then when it's highlighted, just release it, okay? And it should be docked. It should be docked on the left side. Usually, a lot of different people have different setting of the environment inside Maya, so a lot of people using this in a different arrangement. Also, I'm gonna give you guys the example how I set up my environment, and that's gonna be like my environment when I work on a daily basis. So next, we want to bring our tool settings, and we're gonna dock it right next to outliner. Tool setting is coming. Yes, it's hidden on the icon that it's on the upper right corner, and this is, I believe, the second icon with the hammer. So click it, and when you click it, just floating window pop in, and all the settings that it's that you can see here are not relevant right now. We're gonna be back with the tool setting features while we're modeling, because I believe that I'm gonna show you guys whatever is needed to start modeling, and I'm not gonna cover any single button and keys that it's here available. Okay, it's pointless because at first it looks overwhelming, but it's really not. And when you get more comfortable with the software, and I hope at the end of the class you're gonna feel at least more comfortable a little bit. You're not gonna be worried about any of these buttons, but because we're not gonna use this that much. But that's later on. And then just let's set up the environment, grab the tool settings, hover over the outliner, and just drop it. In this case, we have these two tabs. We're gonna have the tool settings and the outline on the left-hand side. And on the right-hand side, we're gonna have the modeling tool, toolkit, attribute editor, and then channel box. Those are three main windows that we really want to have very close and accessible by any time, because we're gonna use it a lot. So as you can see, when you hover your mouse above the border of the icon, you can see that you can drag this and manipulate the width of the window. And usually we want to have this a bit more spacious, okay? And then as you can see, you have the attribute editor. If you don't have your attribute editor, it's also movable and you can dock it whatever you want. Attribute editor is actually this third icon, okay? The icon in the middle. And then I'm gonna just go it and I'll leave it here. And then we have to get the last one, which is channel box. Okay, so the first icon is the channel box. And we want to dock it as well here. So I'm gonna dock the channel box here. As you can see, it's different size, but we wanna have this more spacious. And the attribute editor, we're gonna dock at the bottom. Okay, so hover over this space. Don't hover it here because it's gonna be like the full length of the screen. We don't want to do that. I wanted to have this in this width, okay? And as you can see, we have the attribute editor and the channel box and tool settings here. And now when you hover over the section here, I'm pretty sure we can manipulate how big of the window is occupied by channel box and how big is occupied by attribute editor. All right. So I'm pretty sure something more or less be like this. Also, it's an option that if you are struggling to dock it at the bottom, just drop it. It's not worth it. you can just draw docket here next to the channel box. Okay, some of the people I know are modeling Maya at this arrangement, which is also great. So we have this three. I personally use this location, so it's more comfortable for me. All right. So that's the settings. I'm just gonna check if this is everything or we need something more. Yes. Okay, so those are the settings. Let's go with okay. So let's go with file and save preferences again. Okay, we should good to go. Channel box is on the very right of the screen. So this is the first icon here, this burger icon. So there's 3 sheets of layers here. If you are, but any chance, are missing some of the tool settings tabs or whatever, it's always here. So all those 5 icons here are all those attribute and channel box and modeling toolkit and all the stuff here. So it should be good. Tool setting is also here. When you're struggling to find some of the tools, you need to just hover your mouse above it, and it should indicate why it's not. Okay, so just place your mouse here, and then you have this preview. What is it? Okay, so modeling toolkit is just this one. Attribute is the middle one. Then you have the tool settings, and then the channel box. And this is, by the way, the great tip that actually it's not that obvious. So whatever you are searching for something, or you're not sure that where is the place or of some feature or whatever that is, you need to just hover your mouse over some feature, and then either you can wait how this popping out text come in and just tell you and indicate you what exactly that tool is, or this is actually really handy. You can have this preview on the instant basis on the very low of your screen. So the bottom of the screen, you can see this question mark sign, and then this is the actually Maya communicate with us and give us like some errors or some other tips or stuff. So when you hover over the first icon, before this is showed up, as you can see on the lower left corner, you already have this information. So modeling toolkit on off. All right. When you go for this is channel box, and then everything is actually there. So every info about any of these buttons is there. So keep that in mind. All right. All right, that's good. Okay, so let me now very briefly, because as I said, I don't want to show you all the features and all the function the dry way, so without any projects involved. I think we're gonna take like a project approach based. So I'm gonna explain you step by step, and I'm gonna be very slow at the beginning with creating the geometry, and then we can learn where are some features and where are some options that we want to use. All right. Basically, at the very top, you have your standard Maya tabs, where you click, you have the list of the action that you can manipulate with, and basically this changes while you change the mode here. So when you release this tab, when you click on this tab, then you have the indication of what, I don't know, mode you are in. I'm not exactly sure even about this naming. But basically what that means, when you choose rigging, for example, as you can see, your set of comments here are different, okay? And basically your icons also goes a little bit different. So you have different tabs and different modes depending on, it depends on what mode you are currently in. We are only interested in modeling mode, okay? We are not going for anything about this for now, because we are not gonna do any rigging or animation for now. Basically, the mid layer here, you got this basic stuff that save file or undo or redo or stuff like this. This should be stays as it is at the default. Those are some features that are not really related to architectural modeling. Okay, now no light surface. This is not really interesting. And then sometimes you can just check the symmetry. So sometimes it's useful. You can model in a symmetry. So everything you've done on the one side, it's going to be automatically happening on the other side as well of the symmetry, but we are not going to use this for now. Then you have some icons. This is irrelevant. Then you have some icons related to your rendering settings. And as far as you are not rendering anything inside Maya and using V-Ray or some tabs like this, we are not gonna diving in and explaining some stuff here. The only icon that is really important to us is the hypershade window. And when you click on this, you're gonna see the hypershade window, and here we're gonna have all our materials that we're gonna create even during today's class. You're gonna have displayed all the materials, and when you click on the material, now you have this stock one. You should have all this as well. You can manipulate the color, the transparency, the ambient color, and all the rest settings that you might be interested in. But really, we are gonna change the transparency or the color. We are not gonna messing up with anything else because we're gonna create only like this kind of basic materials, but that also later. All right. Then we have this manipulation tabs that are really useful, and I use this quite a lot. So be sure to have this on relative. Exactly. So the relative, and then we're gonna use this quite a lot. And then we have the shelves. Okay, so lower part, but it's mainly dedicated to shelves, animation, effects, and stuff like this. Motion graphics. We are not gonna use this at all. We're gonna stick to the poly modeling. There is a chance that your poly modeling is at the very beginning of the shelf because I changed a little bit the orientation in the past, but it really doesn't matter. You also can create your own shelf with your own buttons. And how to do that is really simple. You need to go to this setting icon and then shelf editor, okay? And here you can, either you can change the location by pressing these buttons, or you can create a new one, new shelf, okay? And you can, call whatever you want, cyber shelf or whatever. All right, we are not gonna create this, but if you want, you can do that. Okay, we are actually created that, so we need to delete, yes. So we are not gonna create any shelves now. And we're not gonna use this, to be honest, very often. So let's actually start with some basic navigation tips. To rotate the canvas, you need to press Alt and right click, or sorry, and left click. Okay, so Alt and left click, and in this case, you can rotate inside your viewport. Then to drag over is again Alt and middle mouse. So in this case, you can just press the scroll, the middle mouse, and then Alt. To rotate, again, Alt and left click. To drag, Alt and middle mouse. And to zoom in, to zoom out, either you can use the scroll, the wheel scroll, or you can use the Alt and the right click. Okay, so you can just have this rotation. So pretty much basic stuff. It's a little bit different. You have to get used to it, but since you're already, more familiar with the software, it's actually quite natural and it's not really a big deal. But I know, at least for me, it was at the beginning. So if you are struggling with even, navigating this, it's totally fine. You just need to practice more and everything's gonna be fine. All right, and now we're gonna create like a simple, very simple shapes, okay? For now, I don't know, we're gonna use, for example, this tab. And this is also why I said before that we are not gonna use these tabs very often, because, for example, you can see a lot of options here. But the truth is that, for example, let's create a cube, okay? So there's multiple ways to create a cube or any polygon primitive. The one is go to create polygon primitives, and then you can create a cube, okay? And then Maya saying that we need to drag on the grid and then drag up to set the height, and then just left click and dragging this. If you are not seeing this and your cube just pops out in the very center of the scene, then you have to polygon primitives, check this interactive creation. If you have this option enabled, then when you press the cube, it's just popping out at the default settings at the center. And we don't want to have this, because when you are developing a scene, you want to have control or on the place where you're creating the new geometry. So create polygon primitives and be sure to have this interactive creation on, okay? Interactive creation on, and then again, let's do cube. Maya wait for us to just drag whatever we want, and then just drag the height, okay? So this is the one way to get the cube. The other one is use the icon. So we can use the shelf polygon cube. And then Maya tell us exact same thing. So we need to drag and then set the height, okay? The other option is something that is also unique in Maya. And actually, I really want to introduce this, this feature and navigation method to you, because this is personally what I use during the work, and this is the fastest way to do that. And there are multiple benefits to do this, and people that are really fluent in Maya very often using this, not always. So this is optional. If you want to go and search this for the upper side of the screen, that's fine. But I'm gonna use marking menu. This is the feature that is also unique in Maya, and I really like it. So basically, when you press and hold on spacebar, you can see this popping out menu. When you release the spacebar, it's gonna disappear, right? But when you press it, you have access to all those features that are above and on the shelf, but in the just second or millisecond away from your mouse. So there is no need to going for all this distance to the up and searching for stuff here, because everything is just under your mouse. So hold on, press and hold on spacebar, and then create, and you have all the same tabs: polygon primitives, and then cube. Okay, and then there's the way it's cube. And then there's even faster way to do that, which is hold on shift right click, and then you have access to all the polygon primitives, which is cube in our case, and we can create. And this is way, way, way faster. It's like a example of how exact same feature or exact same command is hidden, through all the different ways to achieve it. All right, so it's really simple. Hold on Shift. I'm holding Shift, right click, and then cube. And then you can drag here, whatever that is. Okay, so you can create a lot of geometry very fast, accessing this shortcuts or the marking menus. All right, actually this is it, and I'm gonna okay, let's briefly talk about one more thing. So basically outliner, as you can see, it's shortlisting all the sets of the geometry we have. So by clicking it, the specific geometry is highlighted. So in that case, you know exactly which one is the one you are clicking. All right. And the pro tip, straight from beginning, keep your outliner organized, because especially when you're working with other people of the same file, you really don't want to have messy outliner, because you really don't know what is what, and it's really confusing, and it's time consuming to find the name or to find the geometry you're looking for, especially when your scene get more and more complex. But I'm gonna also give you guys during the modeling tips how to keep your outliner organized. For now, let's just delete. And in your case, you're gonna stay with this. We're gonna stay with this view. But now I'm gonna open my class file. In that case, we are not gonna miss anything. So in that, you stay like this. You don't want to do that. And then I'm gonna open the file, the class file that I prepared for today, and then we're gonna talk about everything you want to know now. So as you can see, we're gonna have 4 stages, and all these 4 stages are introducing, let's say, like a different level of modeling techniques and different level of manipulation of the geometry. But after all, it's very simple, and if you're gonna practice enough, I'm pretty sure even now during the live class you can achieve at least this kind of villa step that we are creating, because it's way simpler than it looks. But then first we're gonna start first with the modeling exercise. Okay, so let me go to the perspective. All right, another thing, to switch between your cameras, you need to hold on spacebar, and then when your cursor and your mouse is above the Maya, you need to right click and drag right or left or up and down, whatever camera you want to be working at. All right. So for now, we are going for, I don't know, let's do top view. And as you can see in the top view, you are not messing around with the Z-axis. So you are locked in this 2-dimensional thing, which is really handy, and you're going to use this a lot. Okay. But for now, we're gonna go to the perspective mode. So hold on spacebar, right click, drag up. Okay. Once again, let's practice this. Hold on spacebar. Oh, sorry. Hold on spacebar, right click, top view. Hold on spacebar, right click, perspective view. And with time, you're gonna get more and more comfortable with that. So it's gonna be dead easy to use. Although there's like a one more thing: when you just press spacebar, you are in this kind of viewport mode, and you can choose whatever viewport works for you at that moment. So when you just with your cursor and your mouse at that canvas and you go spacebar again, you're gonna end up with a top view. When you press spacebar and you are in this four windows mode, and when your mouse is in the perspective canvas, and you can see this persp or top or front or side indication. You can see which mode this preview, and then when you press spacebar again, you can end up with a viewport with a perspective camera. Okay, so there's multiple ways, although it's way faster to just hold on spacebar and then right click and then top view. Okay, because it actually like a one move, and to go one spacebar, find your mouse, going again spacebar, it took a little bit longer, and we are aiming for setting up our habits and workflow to be as efficient as it can be, and as fast as it can get. So, okay. All right. Yeah. So, by the way, sorry, Hamid, are you here? Or someone with a PA?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, so I forgot one thing, because basically I have some of the model I want to send to all the guys. Can I do this by inserting this on chat, or should I post it on Discord? Because I
Yeah,
want
just
to.
post it on Discord, and also if you want to share in the chat as well. Is it a drive
Yeah.
link or is it just a file?
It's just an OBJ file.
Okay, is it like less than 20
I
megabyte?
I think so. Let me check. Yes, and
Yeah,
it's
just
10.
drop it in the chat and also on Discord as well. Yeah.
On the Discord, on the chat is
Yeah,
okay.
just drop it there. Yeah,
Okay.
that's perfect.
So
Great.
okay, I'm gonna also insert this in the chat on the. Okay,
Got it.
should be
Great.
there. Cool. Thank you so much. Um, okay. So this file, this obj file, contains those two people. So the lady sitting. This is actually free model that you can download on some, I don't know, like CG Trader or whatever website with the 3D models. And then there's like a standing man, and then this is low poly palm as a indication what we want to achieve during the modeling. Okay, and the first exercise that we want to cover is this sunbed that we gonna eventually place in our villa model at the end, but that's gonna be the perfect start and getting familiar with the manipulation techniques that we're gonna do. Also, if you don't see the edges on your meshes, of course you don't see because you don't have any object for now, but basically be sure to have wireframe on shaded. So this is this box icon here on the top. And then if your PC is powerful enough, you can also set the anti-aliasing. This feature kind of smooths the curves, so all the edges are perfect smooth, and you are not seeing this kind of display glitchy mode. But it's not really obligatory. I think you can skip this if your PC is struggling. And then there's another option which is ambient occlusion. It's also kind of give you this more realistic depth look on your mesh, but kind of again, it's eating up the performance eventually, and especially when on Zoom, we can live without it for sure. So we're gonna start as you can see, and I don't know if you remember, but I also mentioned that on the presentation, at the end of the presentation, you always start with some polygon primitive. So after all, we're gonna start with just simple plane. We're gonna add some edge loops. We're gonna manipulate this by this four modes. So we are going to go to edge mode and stuff like this. And then eventually we're gonna design this in on our way, and then we're gonna end up with this sunbed. And then you can place this lady at the end when you download the obj file that I insert on either Discord or the chat on the Zoom chat. Okay. So let's start with the plane. Okay, we're gonna just going step by step, very slowly. I'm gonna guide you through this process, introducing all the stuff you need to, start modeling more complex scenes, because basically it's all about these basic techniques, and then you are applying this to the different scale, to the different objects, to the different shapes, but most of them, the commands itself are pretty much identical. All right, so let's create the plane firstly. To do that, I'm going to use this marking menu. So hold on spacebar, create, polygon primitives, and then plane. Okay, and then it waits, Maya waits on dragging this on the canvas. Okay, and just release the mouse and you can see the plane. The size of the plane doesn't really matter. We're going to set this up specifically in the specific measurements that I have, and I'm going to give you that in a minute. But as you can see, we have your outline is obviously empty, but then you have this plane indication, and this is our mesh here. It also shows here in the channel box. So then in inputs, you have the polyplane. When you click on this, you can see this details. So you have the width, the height, and all the subdivisions multipliers. But let me start first. And on the channel box, you also see on the upper side, on the upper window, you can see this location. So basically, this is X and Y and Z. Obviously, we want to keep it at 0 because we want to keep it at ground level. But this really doesn't matter. In your case, it's going to be the different value than it's mine, so don't worry. It's totally fine. It doesn't matter. It's just the location when you press W. This is another thing. When you press W, we're gonna have the first tool, which is moving tool. Okay, and then when you press W, this pivot, because it called like that. I know that the in other software also calls gizmo or other names, but here it is pivot, and then we can just drag and drop, as you can see in channel box, this value, and it's constantly changing when we are moving. So don't worry about this. The rest of this should be the rotation, and the scale should be keeping at 0. Okay, so before we jump to setting up the all the measurements for the sunbed, we're gonna go briefly about manipulating this by the basic tools, which is move tool, scale tool, and rotate tool. Okay, you have access to them on the very left of this of the screen. So you can see this here: move tool, rotate tool, and then scale tool. But I really don't want you to use these buttons, these icons. You really want to pressing only the W, E, R. Okay, so when you are hover it, you can see move tool, and then you can see the description of the W, which is shortcut, and in this case is W. The rotate is E. For scale is R. Okay, so forget about these icons here. I want you to use W, E, R. Okay, W, E, R. W, E, R. And in this case, you can see that we can manipulate the rotation in the specific axis, or freely we can rotate. And as you can see, our channel box here is also changing and giving us the hint what is the current position of our object. But we want to have this obviously on 0. So you have to click once on the rotate X and then drag. Just keep it pressing the button and just drag this 3, press 0, enter. And in this case, you can 0 up the coordinates. Okay, if you are struggling to do that, just press 0 here, click once here, 0, 0, 0. All right. So this is the rotation and then the scale. Press R to do that. So R, and then you can scale the plane. You can manipulate the scale. All right. But it also doesn't matter now. So WER, remember, and then we're gonna setting up our first input mesh. Okay. So when you go for the input tab, you can find this polyplane tab, and then you have to type this specific value. So 2.5. Okay. No, it's actually 0.8. Sorry. This is the width, and in height you want to point 2.5. Okay. So that's gonna be the size of our sunbed. I'm gonna wait a minute, and then you can make sure that your inputs are the same. If you want to change it, and if you want to manipulate this in a different way, feel free to do that. You can go larger or smaller, or whatever shape works for you. You can experiment on your own. I'm just giving you the measurements of the geometry I have modeled for the class. So if you are feeling that you can experiment on your own, feel free to do that. I'm really curious where you can come up with, guys. So just feel free to do that. And then in the subdivision height, you need to go for 4 bar. So 4. As you can see, there's 2 ways again to do that. Either you can, when you hover this window here, when you press the left button, just press it, you can actually inserting a lot of the subdivisions. Okay. You can also click once and just press and type manually 4. It depends on what we want. Those are 2 ways to do that. Okay. But here it is. First thing, first plane. We are happy with this. Also, one more thing, your pivot can be different size than mine, and that also is very easy to change. When you press plus on your keyboard, you can change the size of your pivot. Okay, and then the minus for scaling it down. You can have this really small, you can have this large, whatever works for you. I usually have this this middle, or maybe even smaller one. Yeah, something like this. Okay, and now we have to duplicate our mesh. So to do that, you have to go for shortcut Control D for duplicate. And as you can see on our outliner, there is second plane, and you have to just drag it to the right. Okay. And now we're gonna introduce the first grouping system inside outliner, which is having the groups and the folders. Let's consider this as a folders inside outliners. To do that, you have to press on one geometry, and then hold on Control, press on the other one, and then use the shortcut Control G, okay, for group items grouped successfully. And in this case, you need to just double click on this and give it a name. So for this, it's gonna be stage underscore one. Okay. And when you hit this plus icon right before the name of the group, you can see that we have our planes inside. And now we're gonna also name it. So this is step one. This is step two. All right. As you can see, I grouped them in a wrong way, in a wrong order. And to move things in Outliner, you just need to press middle mouse button on your mouse and drag this with the holding middle mouse, whatever you want. Okay, so in this case, we're gonna switch the naming that everything is in the correct order. Okay. Another thing that is very crucial to the Maya modeling, you need to always center your camera around object you're currently working on. Okay. To do that, you just need to press F key on the keyboard. Okay, that was autosave actually. And then when you press F, you constantly focusing your camera around the object that is highlighted. So for example, I want to work on this object. So I'm not scrolling and panning and doing this crazy stuff because as you can see, it's really difficult and it's not really efficient at all. And then when you want to rotate, it's still kind of weird movement in the camera positioning. So to avoid that, just keep centering your scene around the object. So press F and it's a different story. Now, when we are rotating and having our object in the center. All right, so click on this, press F, center the camera, and then we are start actually working on this baby. So to do that, as you can see, some of the edges are elevated, and this is very simple. For now, we need to go to the edge mode to just move individual edges, okay? Because when you click on the object and when you just move by move tool, you are moving the whole object, and we want to move only the edges, the certain edges. To access the edge mode, you need to right click and then drag, hold on, and drag to the up. And as you can see now, when you are hover over the geometry, you can see that the edge is closest selection choice to our mouse cursor is highlighted. And in this case, we want to elevate this one and other two, okay? So to make the selection on the other edges, you need to hold on Shift and just click on the edges we want to raise, okay? So select one edge, hold on Shift, select this one and select this one. All right. And then we want to elevate this more or less as a, oh no, in fact, let's do this eyeballing. So more or less something like this. Okay. Yeah, looks good. And then we need to make sure that the last one is the highest one. So let's do something like that. But as you can see, I delete this edge here just to have the perfect angle here because it's going to be really hard to move this edge perfectly aligned to the whole thing. So we temporarily gonna delete this edge, but we're gonna add the edge loops after. So hold, so press just on this one edge, and then use either the Control Delete shortcut, because when you press just delete, don't do that. I'm just going to show you what it means. So when you press just delete, as you can see, our geometry is not really, the edge is gone, but our geometry is not really released in that moment. So use leaving some marks and some information behind, and those information are vertices. So when you are going to the vertex mode, and to do that, just right click and then drag to the left vertex. Okay. And as you can see, the vertices are here, and we really don't want to have that. So I'm going to Control Z to have this edge. So hold on, right click, go to edge mode, select this edge, and do and press Control Delete. Okay. As you can see, it's like a difference already, because we are deleting all the information that edge contained. All right. So in that case, we are not having any empty vertices left behind. Just to confirm, let's go to the vertex mode. So hold on, right click, vertex mode. And as you can see, it's clean. There's no vertices here. And then our step 2 is completed. All right. Great. Any major? I cannot rotate around the object. It rotates the whole screen. All right. So just press, when you are pressing F, it's solving the problem or not? It should be no. Okay, so let's go with view and then default view. Okay, that's gonna give you like this weird camera position, and then just click on the outliner for step 1 or for whatever name you have, and then press F. Okay, and it should be good now. Then when you're rotating around the object. And how to hide a grid is very simple. Here, when you have this wireframe buttons and anti-aliasing and stuff like this, here you have grid, so you can either turn off or turn or can we get the input numbers of the plane again? Sure. Rotating should be good when you're doing this. So again, view, default view, and then select your geometry in an outliner, and then press F. And when you Alt right click, when you Alt left click, you can easily rotate around the object, and it should be focused here. Should be good. The inputs of the plane, yes. So the width is 0.8 and the height is 2.5, and 4 subdivisions. Okay, should be good now. Yeah, the reason why we had to have this additional edge here and not going for 3, because when we were, let's cover this, when, for example, that would be a 3 divisions, so we have only 3 divisions, and then this point would be completely in a different position than it is here, and this is not what we wanted. So this is why we need 4 initial edges here, and then we're going to delete here, and in the later stages we're going to add it. But in that case, we are keeping the proportions, and the edges are in a different orientation. All right, let's Control D to duplicate, and then just W for move tool, and just drag this over. Press F to focus the camera around the step 3. Sorry, it's step 7, but it's wrong. Its name is wrong because I already have some geometries here and there. Okay. All right. Okay, and now we're gonna add an edge loop. So to do that, it's very important feature in Maya, adding the edge loops. And to do that, we need to go to edge mode. So hold on, right click, go to edge mode, drag to edge. And then we need to select edge that we want to insert edge loop on. Press Q to quit the move tool because we don't need this now, and we are just and the move and the pivot just blocking the view. So just press Q. When you press W, it's gonna bring back, but we are not gonna need this now. We're gonna use the insert edge loop feature that is accessible by marking menu, especially when you are in this is like a special feature dedicated to the edge mode. Okay, so you have to be in the edge mode. So hold on, right click, go to edge mode, press one edge, and then hold on shift and right click. Okay, so hold on it. I'm still holding the shift and right click, and then you can drag down to the option that says insert edge loop tool. Okay, and just release. And as you can see, click drag on edges. And then basically, by default, yes, it should like this. You can just manually dragging and dropping this edge loop here. All right. So it's absolutely dependent on your wish. Although you might think, okay, I want to insert the edge loop in the perfect middle. I can't really, eyeballing this perfectly. So there's a quick way to do that. You need to open your tool settings. And if you are in this edge loop, inserting edge loop mode, you should see this options here. If you are not seeing this, is because you are not in the inserting edge loop. Okay, so now in a basic tool setting, when you are just in an edge mode, you don't have this feature. When you hold on shift, right click, insert edge loop, and just look at the tool setting menu, it's gonna change. You can see now you have other options, and we want change from relative distance from edge to multiple edge loops. Okay, and then you can use this slider um, to tell Maya how many edge loops you want to insert on this particular edge loop that is highlighted that we are selecting before. We want just one in a perfect center. All right, so just type it one, and then when you click, just left click on the edge, as you can see, whenever I move the my mouse, it's staying on the very center. So you can just insert here. When you press on this one, it's again in a perfect center. But Control Z, of course, don't move that. But I'm just showing you that this actually allows us to inserting the edge loop in the perfect middle. And the next thing, press Q to quit the tool, and then select this edge. So the top edge here. And then we're going to extrude this edge to give a little bit of the design touch to our sandbed. All right. To do that, we're going to do this by doing Control E. So this is the shortcut, Control E. And this window should pop out. If this window doesn't show up and you're not seeing this, this is really Maya bug, and it's really annoying, and you need to reinstall your Maya. That's the I have this once. When I reinstalled it, everything was perfectly fine, so should be good. But in if you are using the latest Maya, it shouldn't be a problem. I think that happened to me like 2 or 3 versions before the 2024. So it shouldn't be the case now. But then on this box, Maya waiting for us to act either on this box or manipulating the gizmo here, right? So you can just like dragging this, whatever you want. But in this case, we just don't want to use the box, but we just want to press W. All right, so just press W for move tool. All right, yes. And now just use this y-axis or if you are different orientation, x-axis arrow, just to drag it here. Okay, don't do that extremely. I just want to have this slightly here. Actually, let's see how it is here. Okay, something like this. Press F to center your camera around your edge, and then go a little bit down. All right, sounds actually quite cool. I think it's looking good. Okay, so something like this, and then as you can see on my model that I prepared for class, you can see this edges highlighted, and they are way thicker than it's on our mesh, and this is because I creased them. So now we're gonna introduce the crease tool, which is really important as well for Maya modeling. And to do that, we also need to be in the edge mode, okay? So you need to go to edge mode. So hold on, right click, edge mode. And now we want to select all the outer edges of the shape. And to do that, we just need to click 2 times on the edge. Okay, so click just 2 times quickly. Okay, and all outer parameter edge should be highlighted now. Control S, by the way, let's save our file to not having any surprise when Maya crash. Okay, press Q to quit the move tool. We don't want to use this now. And while you have the selection here, you need to shift right click, and then you need to hold on shift and right click and go to crease tool. Okay. As you can see, the Maya give us the hint that we need to select the edges, but we already did. And then we need to drag the middle mouse button on the mouse to the very right. Okay, so we need to drag this all the way to the right, all the distance for the screen. And in that case, we having this highlighted edges and they are creased. Okay, press Q to quit the tool, and then press number 3 on your keyboard. Okay. And as you can see, we have more or less something like this floating plane, which is not really, which is not looking yet as a sunbed, but you have the hint what we are doing here. Now we're going to duplicate this step. So Control D. Your naming should be fine, but if not, just keep renaming your your geometry in outliner. Okay. So step 4. Press W and move it to the right. Press F to center your camera around the object. And then we're gonna add the thickness, and then we're gonna add another edge loop, and then we're gonna pull and push some vertices and edges to give it a little bit of the design. As you can see here in this model, in the next step, we're gonna have something like this. So select your mesh, press F to center, and then we're gonna extrude this, okay? Or no, let's insert the edge first. So let's go to edge mode. So hold on, right click, go to edge mode, select this edge or whatever edge that is here. So we need this this section, and then hold on shift, right click, and go to insert edge loop. Okay, hold on shift and right click, insert edge loop, and then our settings should stay like this. before so after our last action. So if everything is all right, you should have the multiple edge loops selected and then one as a number of the edge loops, and then click on the edge and insert edge loop here. When you press 3, you didn't notice the difference, but the difference is gonna be when we're gonna extrude the and add thickness to our sunbed. Okay, so press Q to quit. Hold on, right click, go to object mode. Okay, we have our object control. Press F to center, and then we want to extrude. So let's extrude. Control E for extrusion, and this time we want to use our box. Okay, in this case, we're gonna add the thickness. So when you are close to the thickness or the local transit or whatever that is, you can see that it's highlighted when you hover. And also this sliding icon showing up. So we can use the sliding, and then as you can see, we are adding the thickness here, or we can just paste it, okay? And in this case is 0.08. So this is basically 8 centimeters. We are adding 8 centimeters because Maya by default using meters as a unit, and we need to readjust our measurements to do this properly. So just go for 0.08, or if you want go thicker or thinner, it's up to you. I chose this as a kind of believable optimal thickness. Okay, and now we are going a very important thing, which is selecting the edge parameter out of the selection. Okay, so press Q to quit the tool of the extrude tool, and then don't lose this selection. So we have selected only the faces that are at the top, and we want to crease only the outer parameter of the edge. So to do that, you have to hold on Control. So hold on Control, right click, and then drag 2 edges to edge parameter. Okay. And now, as you can see, you're selected only the outer edge of the shape at the top. And this is exactly what we wanted. You might think why it's not just double click. Well, don't lose the selection. Don't do whatever I want to do now, because I just wanted to show you guys why this is important to do that procedure. Because basically, when you extrude, you are not longer at this upper surfaces. You are not longer going with a full edge loop. So, for example, click 2 times on this, and only the one side is selected. So basically, these edges are not the part of the edge loops, and we want to create everything. And of course, you can press Q and just select, double click on this, hold on Shift, double click on this, hold on Shift, double click on this, and double click on this. But this is not the workflow that is efficient. So basically, I'm going to Control Z. So again, we have this selection, and then we are holding Control, right click, drag up to edges, and then to edge parameter. At the end, when you're going to be more fluent and faster while modeling, it's going to be that easy to use, and literally you're not gonna even see this popping menu. You are gonna have this muscle memory that allows you to do it super fast. So for example, I don't even look at this. This is like a lightning fast procedure that when you get more comfortable, it's gonna be absolutely unnoticeable and that easy to use. And basically what we want to do here is just crease them. So hold on, Shift right click, crease tool, and just drag this all the way to the right. So you need to, starting from the very left, ending at the right-hand side of the screen, okay? Be sure to do that, because there is a risk that you are not creasing all the way for the full crease. There is something like a middle crease that, for example, okay, let's uncrease this. And to uncrease this, you just drag from the right side to the left side, okay? So when you have the crease one, drag to the left, all the way to the left to have this uncreased. And basically, if you are dragging the mouse in the, let's more or less middle of the screen, when you press 3, you can see, okay, I just drag here, but just slightly, okay? You can see that, for example, this edge here, you can clearly see that is a hard edge, but here I just drag slightly, not all the way to the right, and then it creates like this kind of middle crease edge, which is something that you, trust me, don't want to do that, because when you're freezing your geometry at the end and you're exporting the geometry, I don't know, for Rhino or for Unreal Engine or the Twinmotion or Lumion or whatever software that is, this really, it's a bugger when you're taking the procedure of freezing your geometry, because then your mesh is getting messy and weird. If you want to achieve this kind of soft effect, there is a way to do that by inserting the edge loops and manipulating the divisions level, but not really the middle crease. So either you are on 0 or all the way to the right, so the full crease in this case, okay? Be sure to do that, to not having something like this, because it's really not a proper way to do that. So all the way to the right, yes, we are going good. And now we are starting to manipulate the geometry to give a little bit of the design and shape to our sunbed. All right. First of all, I think we are going to, press Q to quit the crease tool, go to object mode. And then there is another really cool feature that is isolating the object. So when you press F again, center the camera around your object. Sometimes you want to, especially when your scene is complex and you have a lot of going on inside your scene, you really want some time to isolate your object and work in isolation, so there is no distraction all around. And to do that is Control-1, so the shortcut, okay? There is also the icon for this. So right after itemizing here, there is Isolate Select. So you can press this, but I really want you to use Control-1. Okay, so Control-1 to isolate and Control-1 to unisolate. So let's isolate actually this, and let's go for right view. Let's put it in the side view to model this in a specific way. To do that, press and hold on spacebar, right click, go to right view. If you don't see anything, that's all right, because your camera is focused around different stuff. Just press F. And if you're still done seeing this, find your mesh in outliner. So for example, I have this empty. Click on your mesh and then F, and you can access this by centering your camera here. All right. We're gonna work actually in this 3 modes. So this preview, this is the 1. So this is how exactly our mesh looks like, and then we are pressing 3 for this smooth mesh preview to get algorithm on board, and then we are manipulate some vertices. Okay, so let's go right click, go to vertex mode, and then select this pair of vertices. Okay, I'm dragging, just like left click and drag over those vertices, because when you select this one and, for example, press W for move tool, and then you're going this down, because this is what we're going to do, it's the risk that the other side is just staying like this, okay? And we don't want to use this in this case because the design is different, but seeing this as an opportunity, it's also looking really cool. So if you want to do that, you can experiment on your own. But in that case, we're going to hold on spacebar, right click, go to right view, and then drag and drop the selection here and pull this down. Actually, I want my grid now to see the level of this. So click on this icon on the upper side of the screen. When you hover, you can see the grid sign of this. This is right under the show tab here. So the grid, and as you can see here, if your line, this thick line is not white, it's also because I changed the colors in the settings as I showed you. So whenever you change your colors here, it's gonna be different, but it's all right. It doesn't affect the modeling at all. So just manipulate slightly this, okay? All right. And then press 1. And as you can see in the smooth mesh preview, it's perfectly on the flat bottom, but when you press 1, your geometry is in real life a bit lower than it is, but that's fine. We want to drag and select this vertices, and then we want to move it slightly here. And then I want you to drag and select all the vertices here and press R for scale tool and just use the z-axis to flat all the vertices. Okay, so what I did is just drag this all the way down. So whenever your vertices are weird and different, for example, like that, when you drag this and select the vertices, when you drag down, it's gonna be flat. And then just eyeball it for the line. Yes, something like this. Okay, and actually maybe we want a little bit thicker. So just drag and select this and just slightly increase. When you press number 3 on your keyboard, you can see that this is this design part that we are looking for. All right, and then we want the same actually. Press 1 again. We want the same here. So drag and select this, move it slightly here, select by dragging all the vertices, press R and drag down. Okay, press 3 and there you go. This is our design feature. Press 1 and just adjust slightly the thickness to have this cool design. I think here maybe, yes, let's keep it like this. Very well. So hold on spacebar, go to perspective mode. And as you can see, our stand bed is taking some shape. Cool. Control 1 to unisolate. Yes. And then we're gonna duplicate. So hold on, right click, object mode. Control D to duplicate. Rename if needed. If yours should be fine actually, because Maya gave us the proper naming, but because I'm doing a lot of geometry, it's kind of messed up, but yours should be fine. Okay, drag to the right, press F, and why inserting edge loop instead of multicut? You also can, for multicut anytime, although it's safer to it's way more safe way to use the inserting edge loop because sometimes you might hit some multicut when you are moving around and then you're adding some random edges or some random vertices, and that especially at the beginning might be a little bit confusing. But also there's like obviously, as I showed you, with the creation of cube, there's multiple ways to do the same task in Maya. So for inserting edge loop, I know at least 3 or 4 to inserting the edge loop, all right? So this is one of the um, there's use the snap tool for align. Yes, actually, it's possible to snap. Okay, so let's isolate once again. So Control 1, hold on spacebar, right click, right view, and then imagine, let's go for number 1. Hold on, right click, go to vertex mode, and imagine that you have this vertex here, and you don't want to use the scale tool. You can actually you can actually snap this to the vertices at the bottom. So to do that, you need to select on your pivot the direction. So in our case is the axis. So this, and when it's selected, it's on yellow. When you're select this, is this on yellow? Okay, so this is the indication that the this specific axis is selected currently. And when you select these edges, select your axis, then you need to hold on V. And as you can see, this icon here is highlighted when you press V. So V, and then use your middle mouse just to point on the edge of the vertices here. And in this case, you're gonna snap, okay? But I think in this case, the scale tool is the better way to flatten the edges. And of course, the snapping is useful in different cases. So keep that in mind. Sometimes it's really handy to know this. So when you're selecting this, you have to select the axis you want to snap, then hold on V, and middle mouse, you need to point on the vertices you want to snap. Okay, in this case, we have the same um, result. Okay, let's go for another one. As you can see here, we have a lot of going on that it's not happening here. For example, let's start with the preview mesh. As you can see, this mesh here, it's perfectly clean. You don't see any glitches. And then when you take a look here, you can see that the curve is not perfectly smooth. You can see almost this segmentations on the curve that indicates that, you know, you have some edges here and the curve is not really smooth at all. And this is only the preview. We can easily change that to having this kind of perfect smooth curve and elegant look. So to do that, you just need to page, well, no, maybe let's do this. Let's find this mesh in, let's find our attribute editor. Select, just click on the mesh and then go to attribute editor. And then you need to find the step shape tab. It's usually one of the first. Also tip, when you scroll, when your mouse is when your cursor is in the section that the tabs on the tabs here, you can just scroll it, and then you can switching between different tabs. But we are really want on this tab. This is the step shape 5. It's gonna be probably it's gonna be different for you. But then when you're the name is, the shape is crucial here. Okay, so the step shape here, press here, and then you need to find the smooth mesh tab here. This is like a 6 option or something like this. And then we need to unfold this smooth mesh tab, and then we need to enable here the use global sub B cut bar. Okay, so don't use it, uncheck this, and then from this list, you need to choose Maya Catmull-Clark. Most of you are gonna be probably on this as a default. This is also deep down in the settings, but it's quite all right. You just have to choose the Maya Catmull-Clark. So probably when you uncheck this, you're gonna be at this, all right? So just Maya Catmull-Clark. Just press here. And then as you can scroll down, subdivisions level, you are on 2. When you are play with the slider, you can see the preview divisions level that you are applied on your geometry. So this is 0, our number 1, and on default, this is number 2. But this is not smooth enough for us, and we want go for 4, so the maximum. And as you can see, it's already better. It's just more crispy and sharp at the edges, but still have some weird glitches. And this is only the material setting, but we're gonna fix this in a minute. Just to show you what Catmull-Clark's doing is you can just tap on and click on this display subdivision. So basically, in reality, our mesh looks like this. Okay, in number 1 looks like that. In number 3 looks like this. And actually, Maya adding all the subdivisions to give us this this preview. But the fun part is that you can still manipulate in the edge mode, and you can have this playful, juicy geometry going around and not really worried about this thousands of vertices or faces that we are actually having in reality. But this is only the preview. So this is like a cool way to visualize what this algorithm does, okay? And then the last setting in the attribute editor is to go in this Maya Catmull-Clark controls. You need to find the propagate edge hardness option, okay? And you're gonna notice the difference, especially at the very corners of the geometry. When you click this, this whole glitchy material display disappears, and we have perfectly clean and crisp geometry. All right. Very well. Now we're gonna adjust a little bit the the width of the sunbed. So let me maybe actually let's go to the top view. All right, so hold on spacebar, right click, go to top view, press F to center your object. And as you can see on this reference model, I did some difference in width just to having like a more interesting design. If you like this kind of flat, you can keep it like this. But I think it's more playful that way. So let's do that, and we are going to select vertices. So let's go right click, hold on right click, go to vertex mode. And then we are going to drag and drop, just drag over those vertices here, press R, and just slightly scale it down. All right. This is whatever you want. Well, this is actually the place where your design could, came in, and you can do whatever you want. Actually, you can have it like a super wide or a super thin or whatever. I'm just gonna follow the reference. Then I'm gonna drag and select these edges. So the actually when I'm pressing, I'm gonna show you that those are this bottom one. So those are the middle. We're gonna drag them out. Slightly, and then the last one here also needs to be a little bit readjust, and maybe this slightly down. So we need to create like this kind of more or less coffin shape. All right, hold on spacebar, right click, perspective view, and this is more or less looking like our model, I guess. think so. Okay. Right now we're gonna add the design edge, and I'm gonna show you another simple technique that I use quite a lot to add the detail to our model. So basically, it's all about this detail here. And as you can see, the difference between this model and this is that in place, in exact place where we have this design edge. So first we're gonna insert the edge here in the perfect middle, and then we're gonna bevel the edge. And by beveling, we're gonna add this surface in between. So we're gonna split the edge for two, and we're gonna create the faces, and we're gonna add the new material that is different than the body material, and we're gonna create this detail in a few clicks, actually. Okay, let's press F. Do we like this? I think so. Let's do that. All right. Let's hold on, right click and go to edge mode. Select this edge, press 1. And actually, let's hold on shift, right click, insert edge loop. And still our settings should be on the multiple edge loop. If not, go to tool settings. Go to tool settings and select multiple edge loops and make sure that your value is on 1. And then just click on this. Press Q to quit the tool. And then we need to crease this guy. So shift, hold on, right click and hold on shift, crease tool, drag all the way to the right, okay? All the way to the right. Press Q to quit the tool. And now we are going to design this a little bit. Maybe I can just slightly pull it down here. Okay. And let's stay on the edge mode and select this edge and this edge. So hold on shift and click on one edge and then down the other one. And then the other side of the sand bed as well. So still holding the shift. Select this, and then we're gonna scale it. So press R for scale tool, and then just scale it out. Just slightly, don't overdo it, because when you go super like this, it's not gonna be believable, and we don't wanna have this sharp edges, so don't overdo this. Just slightly here, yes. And then you need to make sure that on this step you are happy with your shape. So if you are not, just massage the geometry in a way that you like, because then we're gonna add the detail and the material, and it's gonna be harder to manipulate. And this is general the rule. The lower poly you have, it's easier to manipulate. The higher poly you have, it's really difficult. It's getting really difficult to manipulate and change the basic shape. So this is it. I think I'm gonna go to the vertex mode. So hold on, right click, go to vertex mode, and then select these vertices. So this is at the top. And then the other side as well. Press 3. And then slightly scale them out, but very slightly. Yes, something like this. I think I'm gonna, yeah, drop here, and the rest I like. Yes. So something like that. Go to object mode. So hold on, right click, drag to object mode. Okay. Control S. Remember to keep saving your file. We know we have the auto save, but still this is 15 minutes gap. So make the habit to save your model all the time. All right. And then we're gonna have the last step. So Control D, and this is the step 6. Drag to the right. Press F to center your camera, and then go to edge mode. hold on, a right click, go to edge mode, go to top to the edge mode, select, double click on the loop on this edge to get an edge loop. So we can have this edge loop of the design. I call this design edge because basically when you delete this, it's very flat and stuff like this, but we want to have a little bit design going on here. And then we're gonna bevel the edge, and that split this edge to two. And then we're gonna create a different material, and we're gonna highlight this design feature here. All right, to do that, have selected. Be sure to got selected all the edge loop, and hold on Shift, right click, drag to the right for the bevel edge. Okay. And then just this popping box should be visible now. And then depends on your default setting, your value here might be the 1, but whenever that is here, you just need to type 0.1. Okay, so we need this value. When you press 1, you can see don't do that. Just stay on 0, 1. I'm just going to show you when you press 1, you can control the fraction of the edge beveled, and basically this is the whole, almost the whole width of the space here. But definitely we don't want to do that. We want to keep this as a 0.1, so 0.1. But you don't really have to type 0. You just need to type 0.1, and then we have this. When you press 3. You can see that we start seeing this design edge. Sorry, this faces here. Okay, now we want to press Q to quit the bevel tool. We got everything what we want. Let's check. All the exporting stuff, let's keep on the Q&A. When we finish the whole villa modeling, at the very end, when we're gonna have a chance to talk, I'm gonna show you how to export. All right, let's not do that for now. Let's actually go to face mode. So hold on, right click, go to face mode. Select one edge, Control Shift, select, press 2 times on the other one. And in this case, we have the whole edge loop of the faces. To just double check if you are selecting the proper one, you can press 4 on your keyboard, okay? And in this case, we are turning the wireframe mode. And in this case, you can clearly see what is in the range of your selection, all right? So that case, we are just sure that we are selecting the proper one. To quit the wireframe and going back to the shade, just press 5. Okay, simple as this. And then hold on right click, just right click, no shift this time. Hold on right click, and then assign new material. And this popping menu should appear. And in this case, we want to use, let's do fong. Okay, let's do fong. And then let's put a name on this immediately. So let's call it J underscore. Let's call it that way. You can call whatever it is. I'm gonna add this kind of bronze, like almost kind of rose gold kind of material. Okay. So let's do that. But as you can see, it's white now. So all right. Let's go for hypershade icon that I showed you at the beginning of the class. So go on the sphere here. And then you're probably not going to see this because those are the materials that I did. But then basically here it is material I created. So you have the template fong. You can have the indication here what type of material that is. And fong is different than Lambert, for example. Lambert is the one that has no reflection and it's more like a matte finish. But the fong one, you can see that you can set some specular color on it. So you can see this kind of reflection and it's more glossy and gonna give you like this impression that it's reflective a little bit, but it's not really. Uh, but it looks cool. It gives you like additional feedback on the model. So let's set the color. As you can see, just click on this one. Click 2 times on this color rectangle, and this one is gray. And you can choose for the wheel whatever color that is. I'm going for this kind of light. Something like this, maybe. It looks, yeah, it's not, it's more like a golden thing, but it's all right. Okay, and we're gonna actually use the specular color here as well. So click 2 times on this. I don't know why it's not. Okay, so let's not do that. Let's keep it like that. I don't know. This is like a weird thing. Never happened to me before. But that's fine. We're gonna keep it like this. So we have this bronze, and I'm just putting J as a Jan, my name, just to differentiate the material from the one that I have already. Okay, so just close the editor. Okay, this is okay. Let's open the editor once again. The window is just behind this. Click on the material you just created and then click 2 times on the specular color. And in this case, we're gonna add like this kind of more goldish vibe. Yeah, slightly darker. It looks cool. Let's keep it like this. All right. Yes. And as you can see, we have this slight reflection when you're rotating using this slight reflection. Okay, go to edge mode. So hold on, right click, go to edge, click 2 times on this edge loop, hold on shift, click 2 times on the other one, and then we're gonna crease this. So hold on shift, right click, go to crease tool, and then drag all the way to the right, all the way to the right. And as you can see, it's very small detail, but it's definitely the effect I wanted to achieve. And then we're going to manipulate this slightly by pulling down some vertices here and there. So let's go to vertex mode. So hold on, right click, go to vertex mode, select this vertex. Okay, select the other vertex, the same vertex, but on the opposite side. Press W and just drag them down. And then I'm going to press R and scale them out a little bit as well. Give it like this kind of.
Jan,
Yeah.
can you hear me? Sorry to interrupt. Whenever you feel that this section is finished, maybe we can give a 5-10 minutes of break.
Yes, I'm gonna give it a break. We're gonna finish this literally in 1
Awesome.
minute, and then
Great.
we're gonna get the break.
Awesome.
Perfect timing. Yeah. All right. So yeah, let's lose this. Let's pull this down a little bit to give this look, and it's pretty much done. So we are done with the stage 1 modeling exercise, and it's pretty easy to achieve. It's pretty cool. It's pretty fast, and you can bring the asset that I send you. So to do that, actually, it's really cool way to and easy, fast way to do that. I'm going to do that, and then we are going for the 10 minutes break. Let's do 10 minutes break. In this case, download the file I send you here on Discord or on the Zoom chat. And then when you have your folder, just drag your OBJ file. Don't look at this. I just use it like a perfect one, like a template one. And then just drag this to your canvas to Maya and release, okay? And in your outliner, you start seeing this geometry, press on this, press F, and this is exactly what you're getting in this file. So you got the tree, the man standing, and the lady sitting. Okay, and I'm gonna delete this, of course, because I have this here, and that's pretty much it. Okay, I'm gonna pause here. I'm gonna keep sharing my screen so you can look at this. I'm gonna also put here, and then we can have this break. All right. See you guys in 30. Let's put it like a 5:35.
Yeah,
Let's do that.
35 is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, 10 minutes of break.
Yes.
Awesome.
See you in a minute. All right, guys. Can you can we back?
Welcome back, everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, let me just quickly answer because Ali keep asking about the section plane in Maya, and I even like search quickly online. There are some scripts available online, but there is no built-in Maya section plane that I'm familiar with. I never use this. I never use section plane in Maya. Usually, um, if we are talking about, more or less similar section plane that we are talking about, for example, in Rhino, in my app, there is no such a feature. You can access some of the scripts that are written in either on Python or Mel language, and then you can create this custom solution. But I never use this honestly, so sorry. Unfortunately, we don't have it. And then someone asked also about the shader that it turns green, right? Basically, when that happen, you just need to, I think, assign again the material, and it's gonna be fine, And if the obj file that I send you does not contain or any material, or there's no materials, no worries, we're gonna sign up the materials there again. So for now, you can just assign like a simple gray one, like a standard surface one, and then when we are gonna arrange all the palms and the greenery, we're gonna assign also the materials for the palm and for human, it's just like a literally total black. So turn the sliders off, but we're gonna do that again as well. I think. Okay, I think that's it. Okay, let's jump. How to take high quality screenshots of the. What do you mean about the? Okay, let's actually keep this question at the end. All right. About this PDF of the scene of the model. Let's put it that on the at the end of the workshop. Okay. I'm gonna share again. Right, open Windows. Okay, so we have completed the stage one. Are your everything is all right? You can see my screen, Hamid. It's all right.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, great. I have all the controls. Yes. Okay, so now keep your sandbed here. It doesn't matter actually the location and the position itself. Then we're gonna move it away and we're gonna start working at the villa volume. So as you probably remember, I told you that at the very beginning of the class that usually it goes from start modeling goes from either the plane or the torus. We started the plane sandbed, and then we're gonna start the villa based on the primitive torus. Okay, so I'm gonna guide you through all steps, and then at the end of this stage, which is super simple, and I'm pretty sure everybody can do that. If not, if something is slightly too fast or something is confusing you, just don't worry, just relax, and then you can catch up with the recordings. You can easily follow this and on your own pace with the recordings. All right, so this is the villa volume that we're gonna create in a minute. I think it's fairly simple. It's only like a 5-step. Yes, like a 5 steps modeling. So it should be Okay, so let's start with torus. I'm gonna create this with you guys. So I'm gonna hold down spacebar, create polygon primitives, and then search for torus. And then Maya, wait until we drag on the screen. So drag the torus, and then the other command is drag a middle mouse button, or the one actually that we just did before, for setting the radius, section radius of the torus. So drag this, okay? And now we have the torus. The size and the shape doesn't really matter. We're gonna setting up as we set up the plane with the sunbed, okay? So more or less, let's keep it like this. And I'm gonna give you the exact measurements here. So I'll go to your channel box. When we have the torus here, go to your channel box, go to input section, and then we're gonna set up the values here. Okay, so the radius is gonna be 15, and then the section radius is gonna be 10. Okay, and subdivision gonna be here on the subdivision axis. Press 8, and subdivision height is gonna be 6. Going for 6 in subdivision height is like a tip for a future, because basically, as you probably noticed, so let's do this again. Don't do that. I'm just demonstrate to you what I mean. So when you have the torus, you can notice that you can manipulate easily the number of subdivisions here, and then giving the 6 value here. Always, whenever your subdivision axis is, give you the first total flat surface here, right? So either it's like low poly, or this one, as you can see, give you like this flat, so you can, that kind of speed up your modeling eventually by this few seconds. So it's not significant, but I guess it's something. Okay, so we have the measurements. I'm going to show you guys once again. So the radius is 15, the section radius is 10, subdivision axis 8, and subdivision height is 6. Let's have this. So create the torus. It's very easy. I think everybody can make this. These 5 steps are pretty simple, so we can all end up with at least this villa volume. All right. Yes. So again, we have. I hope everybody got the torus. So again, radius 15, section radius 10, subdivision 8, and the height 6. Subdivision height 6. Okay. And then we're gonna call this step 1. Okay. Very well. Control D to duplicate your torus. Drag to the right. And then in our outliner, we have already 2. So hold on Control and press on the other torus. Control G to group, and then stage _2. And then we have here, again, the same story. Use the middle mouse to reorganize your outliner if you want to keep organized. If you don't really care, that's fine. Okay, step 1, step 2. Focus, press F. And then we're gonna just need the flat surface at the top, as you can see here on the reference model. So we need to delete everything else. To do that, we need to go to face mode. So hold on right click, drag down to face mode, select one face, hold on shift, select 2 times the other one. So click 2 times the other one. So again, select one face, hold on shift, click 2 times on the other face. In this case, we have the edge loop and we have only this. And actually we only need this ring of edge of faces, and everything else should be deleted. So we're gonna do that by using the shortcut. It's very handy. You're gonna use this a lot. So basically the feature is hidden here in the very top of the selection tab. And then you got the inverse, okay? So basically you go to select and then inverse, but I really want you to learn the shortcut. So Control Shift I. So I'm gonna use the shortcut. I'm gonna press again. Shift, click 2 times on the other one, and then Control Shift I, okay? And as you can see, everything by our selection was inversed. Delete, just delete, no need to press Control or stuff like this, just delete in this case. And then hold on, right click, go to object mode. And now we want to make sure that our torus is on the ground level because it's going to be our base. So first we need to reset the pivot, because as you can see, our pivot is just floating in the center of our old geometry, so of the center of this torus. So again, very important thing to remember, to resetting your pivot. To do that, you need to just go for W, E, or R, whatever that is. You can just press W, that is the first, and then hold on D, so D on your keyboard, right click, hold on it, still holding on the D button, and right click, and then reset pivot, okay? And as you can see, our pivot is in a perfect center of our geometry. And then we're going to use for the first time, the modeling toolkit. And this tab, it's not really relevant most of the time, but this one is very handy to have. When you select your objects, now you can see that all those values here, so X, Y, and Z axes are highlighted. And in that case, we got the more or less the clue where our geometry is actually in our viewport. So in this case, it's 8.5 meter, a little bit above 8.5 meter above the ground. So definitely don't want to use this. We don't want to do that. We wanted to keep it on 0. So just type 0, enter, and our torus is on the ground. Okay. This value obviously are different in your Maya than is in mine, because the torus, the location is in the different position, but no worries. It's all good like that. Okay, this is our step 2. Then we're gonna Control D to duplicate, rename it if needed, and then drag to the right. Press F to center. And now we need to model this slightly to achieve this ellipse shape. To do that, let's actually go to channel box. Okay. Let's go to channel box, and then as you can see, you have your coordinates here. Yes, you have your coordinates here, and then we want to scale it specifically with a certain value. And in this case, in the Y direction, I assume that you have the Y up. So basically, when you are going to top view, so hold on spacebar, right click, and then drag to top view, press F to center. And if you have your X axis up, that's fine. It's not really like a issue. then you need to type here 1.6 instead of y, because I've got the y-axis on the top view, like a up one. Then I have to 1.6. Okay, and in this case we have the ellipse shape, like a perfect one. So of course you don't have to type it manually. I'm just giving you guys the like a concrete number, just to having the same results as me. Of course you can eyeball it, so you can just do it manually and do whatever you want. If you want extreme, if you want smaller or larger, it's depend on you. But I'm gonna just give the 1.6 here. Again, if it doesn't work and it goes actually the other axis, then switch the Y for the X. It should be fine then. Turn off the grid. Okay, actually we can stay on the top view. So if you are still on the perspective view, hold on spacebar, right click and drag to the left for the top view. And as you can see, press 3. Yeah, and we have more or less like this ellipse here. Let's do actually a little bit more modeling here. So we need to make this inner circle, so this inner hole a little bit smaller, and then we need to drag them down. All right. So we need to go to edge mode. Hold on, right click, edge mode. Click 2 times on the inner edge. Press R to scale, and just using either this middle cube or this one, scale this down slightly. It doesn't matter really how much, but more or less, let's keep the opening like this, something like that. And then press W, drag this down using the arrow, the Y arrow. Yes, and now we have our shape, the one of the first. Okay, go to object mode, so right click, go to object mode, and as you can see, we have this a little bit more related to our shape, and that's cool. Then we need to copy this, so Control D, drag to the right, and then in your outliner, just to keep it organized, starting from the beginning, select these 2 guys and then Control G to group, and this whole thing gonna be the step 3. Okay, and here we have 1 and 2. Okay, and then the second one, we need to scale down and oriented this, and we need to rotate it and oriented this more or less in the nice position to get another action and another feature, which is bridging. So we're gonna bridge those two toruses, those two ellipses, and then we're gonna create the stairs. And from this, actually, we're gonna create as well the shape of the villa itself. All right. So let's start from the beginning, and we need to rotate it and scale it by a certain number. And I'm going to give you that number as well. But first, as you can see, we still have those coordinates here that are not really the way it's supposed to be. So we need to freeze the transformation. In this case, we are starting from a fresh coordinates that we have with this second torus. All right. To do that, we need to go for modify. Oh, sorry. Yes, modify, and then find freeze transformation tab. Okay. So either you can use this, or you can use the one that I do. So here, hold on spacebar, modify, freeze transformation. Okay, and as you can see, our channel box and coordinates, it's all kind of on a basic point, so everything is 0 or 1 in a scale. So this is exactly what we wanted. And in this case, we want to scale it down by by dragging here with the scale X and scale Y on Windows are, and then we need to type 0.7. Okay, so this is the exact measurement by scaling, not scaling in the z-axis because we don't want to mess up with the height, but here 0.7, and then rotate it in the z actually, because that's how it looks, -30. So when you freeze your transformation, again, modify, freeze transformation, and then everything should be 0, 0. You can type in a rotation -30, z, -30, and then scale X and Y 0.7. Okay. All right. And now you can see that we can name as well the outliner. So let's put this like a big, small, or whatever that is, or 1, 2, or whatever you want. And then we need to align it properly to have a nice bridging effect. Okay, so let's put it on number 1. All right, and as you can see, we have actually let me draw. We want to breach this too, right? So we want to have this breach here of our toruses, and to do that, I recommend you, of course, you can experiment on your own, but I did that in a certain way. So I align those two edges very close to each other in this kind of more or less parallel correlation. And this is why we did it -30 here, because it's really give you that opportunity to create this bridge in a very smooth way. All right, but when you are bridging, most of the time you really want to take care about the correlation of those two edges you are bridging. Okay, let's clear all drawings. Height, floating moving control. Okay, so let's select this and just kind of give the nice orientation. Nice orientation here. More or less, it doesn't really matter if it's super close or if it's super far away, but it shouldn't be like an extreme either way. It should be more or less like this kind of like a safe distance that the curvature is not gonna be it's not gonna be the wobbly in any way. Okay, I think this actually is all right. Maybe a little bit closer. Yeah, something like this. Okay. If that's good, you can now we have to combine those two objects to bridge them, because whenever you want to bridge some faces or some edges, usually edges, you can do that only if this is the one geometry. So this is like a one unit. There is no way to breach this thing, because even when you are going to edge mode and then pressing one edge and then pressing two, and you hold on shift right click and go for bridge, you are giving this error. You know, this error doesn't work with multiple objects selected. So you have to be sure that everything is one object. And to combine this, it's very simple. You need to just hold on shift, select both of them, hold on shift, right click, and then combine. And you need to be in the object mode, of course. So hold on shift, right click, and then here is the option combine. Okay. In your outliner, you should see this window that is outside of your group, and that's all right. Are we gonna drag them in or not? Actually, yeah, maybe I did this group too fast. Okay, so then we need to clear and delete the history of the object because, for example, now in your outliner you still have these two geometries that it was before, and as you can see, even the pivot coming in the original position of this. And when you delete one of them, it's gonna be like this. So you really don't want to do that. To just start with this as a one geometry, you need to cut everything what was before. And to do that, we need to go to, again, edit on the upper tab, and then delete all by type, and then history, okay? Delete all by type, history. So you can use whatever it's here, or you can go for the space bar, edit here, delete by type, and then history. All right. And now, yes, as you can see, your outliner should be cleaned, and all the I don't know, corpse, so the stuff that we left behind kind of should disappear. If not, you can easily delete them with no consequences. All right. So oh yeah, we just need to drag this guy to the stage too, okay? Just to keep your outliner organized again. Very well. So let's rename it like a base low poly. Okay. And then Control D, or maybe just base, sorry. Let's put it like a simple base. And then Control D for duplicate. And then just drag here. Press F to center. And now we are going to breach those edges. To do that, we just need to go to edge mode. So hold on, right click, go to edge mode, hold on, press the one edge, then press the other one, holding shift, and then shift control, right click, sorry, shift right click, just shift right click, and then drag to the bridge section here. And as you can see, we're gonna see this bridges, this edges bridge, which is exactly what we wanted. But as you can see on the reference model, we want to have like a one division between the bridged edges, because this is just like a pure visually reason, because I like how it is going with the one inside. When you press 3, as you can see, it's already all right, and actually the shape looks cool, but I think it looks better with one division inside. So when you still have this box poly bridge edge, just type in the division 1, okay? And here this middle edge should pop out. Then you can go with R tool, so the scale tool, and just scale it slightly down. And I think in this case, it's way better than it was without it. Okay, it's just cleaner and better looking, I guess. Okay, just page up. So select this one and just go for page up on your keyboard. If you are using laptop, then be sure to press function button and then the arrow up, I believe. So page up is the shortcut for increasing the subdivision level that we did in attribute editor. You can also go for attribute editor here. Oh god. Base shape, and then you can find this preview division level that we found before, and basically you are on a basic matter on the number 2, and then when you press page up, you can just increase this, not going for you know, for the settings itself, it's like a handy shortcut. Okay, Control D, duplicate, and then drag to the right. And as you can see, this is actually the last step. We've done everything here. Oh, and this is actually happening to me, as you can see. Sorry, I don't remember the name, but someone asked me about this thing, and this is it's happening sometimes, so no worries about this. You just need to right click, assign new material. Oh, sorry, assign or new or existing one. And then in this case, I'm going to assign the glass and everything should be fine. Okay. So sometimes it's happening. Don't know why. Very well. Okay. And now, just give me a second. I'm going to take a look at my note. All right. Yes. Maybe let's sorry, let's name the outliner again, all right, just to keep it simple. So just call this step 3, and this is going to be step 4, and then basically this is the base. Okay. This is the base, and then we want to first make the steps, maybe. Yes, let's actually do that. Let's do that. All right, so we're gonna make the stairs first. As you can see here on this model, we have our geometry based, and then we have the stairs, like 2 steps that we are going to have this. To do that, first of all, we need to Control D, this geometry, Control D, and then just call this backup, okay? And then press H. So press H on your keyboard just to hide it. I'm not sure if we're not gonna need this in the future, so let's have this like a simple low poly backup mesh, all right? Okay, we are back in our base. So hold on, right click, go to edge mode, click 2 times on the outer edge to have the whole edge parameter, and then we need to crease the edge. So hold on, shift right click, crease tool, drag all the way to the right, all the way to the right. And then press Q, Control S for saving your model, because now we are going to extrude a lot, so Maya might crash. So just keep saving your model to avoid, you know, some progress of your work. Okay, and then don't lose the selection, or if you do, just press 2 times on the edge loop here, and then we're going to Control E, so extrude. Okay, this is actually quite good that happened. As you can see, the curve here is kind of broken, so it's not perfect smooth, but it's something like a weird things happening. This is why we need to do some step first. Okay, so press Q, Control Z, and let's do the operation that actually gonna save the situation in that case. You have to press spacebar and then searching for the mesh display tab. Okay, and you need to choose the conform option. All right. So also it's here. So on this tab, you have mesh display and they conform. All right. So you need to, because we bridged and we actually have influence on the settings of the meshes of 2 basics meshes. So we need to conform our geometry in that way. And also now we need to delete by type history. And the Alt-Shift-D is a shortcut for that. So I really want you to use the shortcuts whenever you want. So Alt-Shift-D. And as you can see on the channel box sections here in the inputs, we don't have anything. And I bet when we're gonna extrude this, everything should be fine. So Control E. No, sorry. Oh my God. Go to Edge Mode, Control Z, and go to Edge Mode. Select the times on the outer edge, and then Control E. And as you can see, these weird things are not visible this time. Thankfully, is everything all right now? And now we are gonna use this box here, so don't lose the selection. We're gonna go for 0.2. Enter. Oh, in that case, minus 0.2. So as you can see, we are creating like this 20 centimeter step, which is, I think, all right. You can do this more extreme if you like, but let's keep for now the 0.2. And then of course, you can go for Control E1 once again, so you can repeat the command, but there's like a better way to do that and faster way to do that. Just press G on your keyboard to repeat the command. And as you can see, our edge is already extruded again. And then we want to use the thickness button again and go for 2. So we are adding a 2-meter stair here, okay? As you can see, our other edge loops are soft, so we are not really having the stairs properly, but we're gonna fix that later. For sure. So let's actually repeat again. So press G, minus 0.2, and press G again for 2. Okay. In this case, we are creating these steps around our villa. And of course, they are now in a soft mode, but we're going to fix this in a minute. So minus 0.2 for the height, and then 2 for the width of the stair. Okay, so minus 0.2 and 2. Okay, press Q to quit. And as you can see, when you press number 1, you can see the stairs are perfectly extruded. Okay, let's press 3, and we have to crease all these edges. So the one way to do that is just click 2 times on this one, hold on Shift, click 2 times on this, click 2 times on this one as well, and then hold on Shift constantly, and then click 2 times on the last one. But I'm going to show you another technique that is very useful, and I'm using this all the time. I never selecting this manually. So just select these 4 edges. So 1, hold on Shift, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Just hold on, select this, or you can drag and select all this, whatever works for you. Even dragging is faster. And then hold on Control, right click, Edge Loop Utilities to Edge Loop. And it might seem not really faster than it was before, but trust me, I'm doing this very slowly just to show you guys the command, but in reality, you just go like this and it's done. So when you are getting more familiar with the software, you're getting more practice, it's going to be like a lightning fast for you. And this is exactly what we wanted. And in this case, we have selected this. I'm going to repeat this once again. So you have no selection. Drag this 4, Control, hold on, right click, Edge Loop Utilities to Edge Loop. And it's going to be like lightning fast, okay? So it's going to be really fast for you when you get more practice. And then Shift, right click, Crease Tool, drag all the way to the right, all the way to the right. Okay, And now we are having this. Oh. Okay, I extruded this once more. Yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. So actually we want to press Q for quit and then select this outer ring here and Control E and type minus 0.2 once again, just to create this. Okay, cool. Maybe we can crease them as well. Let's do that. We're gonna be handy in the future. So hold on Shift right click, crease tool, crease all the way to the right. Object mode. And yeah, perfect crease. As you can see, we have this weird glitches on the material. So to fix that, find your, click on your geometry, find attribute editor, and then the shape tab. It's probably gonna be the second one. Untick the use global, and then choose from the list Maya Cut McClark. And then on the Maya Cut McClark controls, if you have closed this, this window, just open it and just propagate edge hardness. And now you can see we have perfect smooth here. Okay, there's one more detail that I wanna do, which is slightly correcting the mesh here and there. So go to top view, hold on spacebar, right click, top view, press F to center, go to vertex mode, and then as you can see, like this, our basic geometry is perfect in terms of the curvature, but this extrusion 2 times in the width kind of really give you like this weird tense in the it's not super visible, but when you extrude this even more, it's gonna be visible for sure. So what I'm doing, you don't really have to do that, although I recommend you just to slightly massage your geometry here and there, okay? Just to have this perfect alignment. What I'm doing is, as you can see, this, for example, this edge, and what I'm trying to do in the vertex mode, I'm trying to slightly, not totally, but slightly align this more to this flow, to this flow, and not really going back, okay? And in this case, I think it's gonna be, the geometry gonna be just better looking, especially when we're going to create our landscape, which is the next stage of the modeling. And here's the same, okay? So like this, here, like this. Something like that, I would say. Object mode, yeah. And this is it. This is our geometry now. Okay. Those are like a very slight adjustment. No worries about this. Okay. And now we are going to create the villa shape. And actually, all shape comes from the podium itself, so it's going to be really easy to do that. All right, so to do that, we have to duplicate the base. So Control D, isolate. All right, Control 1 for isolation, or use this icon here, isolate select, and then go to face mode. Hold on, right click, go to face mode. Click on this first step. Click on one face, hold on shift, click 2 times on the other face, just to have the whole loop. As you can see, we have this selected. And then we're going to inverse the selection and delete everything despite this loop. All right, so Control Shift I to reverse the selection and then delete. All right. Cool. Very well. Object mode, control 1 to unisolate. And then I want you to use this box here at the very top of our Maya canvas. Be sure that is everything setting as I mentioned, so on the relative transform, and just type 4 here. All right. So 4 meters up. So eventually all the volume going to be that 8 meters, more or less, something like this. Okay. And now we need to pull some edges down. All right. Very well. Okay. So to do that, we need to, or maybe let's select the vertices. So hold on, right click, go to vertex mode and select these two. Hold on shift, select these two on the opposite side. Okay, so we have first those two. Then we are going for this one. So I'm going to press 1 to give you guys a specific look. So we are going this one in the middle. So those two. Then we have two break, and then selecting this. And eventually the one here is this one. So at the very center. This is a little bit asymmetrical, but that gives you like this nice floating facade that you are seeing this. So I'm gonna press 4 just to highlight the edges, and then I'm gonna go to top view just to give you guys the better preview to select the same vertices I selected. All right. So we are selecting these two, one here and one here. So basically we are having the center one, then the two divisions break, selecting, two divisions break, selecting, two divisions break, selecting. Okay, and those are all of the vertices we want to select. I'm gonna be back on the perspective mode. Press 5 for pressing 5 for lit mode. Yes, and then press W, and we want to pull them down by 4 meters. So we want them really on the ground. So -4. Okay, press 3. Okay, let's keep it like this for now. And then, yeah, as you can see, because of the smooth mesh preview, our geometry not really touching the, even if we are typing the 4, our mesh is not really touching the ground. So we have to manually drag them down to the point it touches the ground. Oh, yeah, something like this. Okay, so it needs to be on the ground. Very well. Okay. Object mode. Hold on, right click object mode. And yes, we are ready to extrude this. Okay. So now yeah. So now we are going to extrude this and give the thickness. Okay, so Control E, and then I'm pretty sure it's just 1. I think it's just 1. Yes. Don't lose the selection. We want to select our edge parameter and crease them. So hold on Control, right click to edge parameter. Okay, in this case, we are selecting this two, and then hold on Shift, right click, crease tool, go all the way to the right, all the way to the right. Yes. In fact, actually, let's yeah, it's all right, but I think I want to give you guys like one more detail. So Control Z, please. Sorry. Control Z until you are not having the extruded geometry. Sorry for that. We are going with one another with one more settings here. So you go for Control E. So you are preparing to extrude. Then you are going for one. But then press number 1. Okay. And we want to have a little bit of the offset as well. So with the thickness panel, you are typing 1, nothing changed. But here in the offset, I want you to go for 0.3 as the offset. Okay. And that gives you this cool look of a bit of inclination here. Okay, and now hold on Control, right click to edges to the edge parameter, and then Shift right click crease tool and go 3. Yes, it's better. Very well. Go to object mode. Now select the mesh. Hold on, right click, assign existing material, and this is this bronze color that we created. Okay. So we created this. And yes, actually it's perfect. All right. Now we are going to duplicate special. This is the feature hidden in Maya. On the edit tab, you can go for duplicate special. So Control Shift D is the shortcut, but in this case, first we want to go for the settings. So be sure to click on this box. Okay, so edit, duplicate special, and this box. Click on this box, and here you have some options with a duplicate special feature. And in this case, here you can duplicate your geometry with a certain modifiers in a different location. So translate in a different location, in a different rotate setting. So you can rotate your object while duplicating, or you can even scale it. Okay. In this case, we want to type scale because basically this is X, Y, Z. All right. So with a Z, you are staying on 1. With the X, you are staying on 1. And then in Y, you are typing -1. Okay. And number of copies we are keeping at 1. And then in geometry type, if you have copy, you go for instance, and then group under the world is staying like this. So make sure to have these settings. So you're going for instance, world, and then -1 here on the Y. All right. And then I think, yeah, we can select our press W. Yes, and then click apply. What? Of course, it shouldn't be like that. All right, so let's press 1 here, and maybe the Z one, the Z one should stay like this. Let's apply. Let's apply. Of course. So sorry, the Z should stay on the -1, not the 1. That was stupid. Okay, and this is exactly what we wanted. So everything else is fine. So instance, world, and then -1 on the Z-axis because we want the different, the mirrored effect here. The rest stays like this. You can close the tab, and as you can see, we have our geometry here. And then we need to raise it. And we're going to raise it manually in a point where we have a little bit of the gap here, okay? We need to have that gap because we're going to create the glass. between our meshes here. So be sure that especially here, we have that slight gap, okay? And it's quite important to have this gap because if it's not, it's gonna be causing the problem with inserting the edge loops later in the later stages. Okay. Yeah, cool. We are having our shape here. Really nice. Very well. All right. Now we're gonna have the last step of this stage. So we are gonna create just the glass, and then we're gonna start doing some landscape design here. As you can see, there's like a lot of details to be done there, but I'm pretty sure we are perfect in time. Yes. All right, so let's make the glass. Okay, let's make the glass. So select those two by dragging and selecting those two guys. And then we need to control D. Okay, if this turn green, it doesn't matter. We're gonna fix that in a minute. And then we need, don't lose the selection. So we have those two guys selected and then shift right click, combine. Okay, and now this is like a one object. Okay, so this is like a combined object, same story as it was in case of toruses. So this is exactly like that, and then we need to rename it immediately. So glass, let's put it name on it. Let's go for the stage 2. Also, it's also important to delete the history. So we need to Alt Shift D, okay, to delete the history, or you can go for Edit, Delete by Type History, but use the shortcut. It's way more convenient way to delete the history. It might happen that the geometry that we created, that we merged, so we are combining the geometry, are not deleted in the outliner, so we need to manually purge them. We're not gonna use this. Okay, very well. Let's make our outliner right. So this is the lower volume, let's put it that way. And this is our upper volume. Okay. I think that's good. Upper volume, lower volume, and then the glass is combined. Okay. So now we need to isolate our combined glass geometry. So Control 1 to isolate. And now we're gonna do certain operation to achieve a breached version between those two, and we're gonna get the glass material. Okay. To do that, we need to go to face mode. So hold on right click, go to face mode. Hold on press on the one face, hold on shift, click 2 times on the other one, rotate slightly, and do the same on the reversed one. So the bottom one in this case. Shift, click 1, hold on shift, click 2 times. And we have selected these guys and these guys. So everything which is here, right? This is the set of faces that we want to select. Yes, exactly. And now we need to reverse the selection and delete the rest. So Control Shift I to reverse the selection, on go to modify, select and inverse. Control Shift I. Delete. Very well. We need only this thing. And now we need to insert the perfect middle edge in this shapes. Okay, so select one edge, hold on shift right click, insert edge loop tool. We have this setting still on, so 2 settings, multiple edge loops, and then we have the number of edges at 1. That give us the perfect center, and then the perfect center at the bottom as well. All right. Press Q to quit the tool, and then go to face mode, and then click one on this face, hold on Shift, click 2 times on the other one, hold, and then the same story on the bottom one. So click, hold on Shift and click once on this, click 2 times on this one. Yes, exactly. And then just delete. All right. And now we are going to breach all the edges in the perfect middle. And that gives us like this solid look. And we're going to close some sort of this virtual building. So go to edge mode and we're going to try this. Okay. I'm not sure if this is, if that's going to work. There's a chance that will not. In this case, we're gonna go manually for each one, but I think in this case should be good because everything is aligned. So just double click on this edge, okay? And be sure that hold on Shift and double click again on the edge right below it, below this one, the first one. All right. So we need to be sure that we are selecting the same edges. Okay, so those are the edges I'm selecting. So click 2 times on this, and then click, hold on Shift and click 2 times on this one. Okay, and then hold on Shift, right click, bridge, and it should work actually for you as well. If not, it's gonna be more time consuming, and you can but you can easily get over it. So sometimes it doesn't work. Honestly, I don't know why. But then you just need to select each of them and just bridge them manually. Okay, so select this to bridge, select this to bridge, and then just only you need to do all you need to do is just pressing G to repeat the selection. Okay, so G, G, and this is just in case that the previous procedure didn't work, but it's actually super fast. So this one, G. This one, G. Okay. So this two, G. Yeah, it's working that way. Because sometimes for some reasons, I don't know why, it's getting glitchy and not really give you the perfect bridge. But I hope you did this, guys, at the first time. So the procedure worked with the option one. If not, you know what to do. Now we need to delete unnecessary loops here and meshes. Control S, by the way. Keep saving your model. Go to face mode. Click on one face. Double click on the second one and just delete. Okay, and then the bottom one, same. Oh, one click, Shift, click 2 times, delete. Press 3, and we have actually bridged everything in the perfect middle. So all your glass gonna be perfectly aligned in the middle of the structure that we created. And now we need to create the material. So hold on, right click, assign a new material. And for glass, we're going for blend. Then immediately it should pop out in your attribute editor. If not, sometimes it happens. Just open your hyper shader icon that you can find on the top screen, and you can just blend 3. Search your material here. So I'm gonna type name, so J underscore glass, and then I want to have my glass slightly darker, and then transparency setting is something in the middle, more or less, maybe even harder. Darker, I think so. Something like this. Close hypershade, and then boom, we have this shape. Very well. Okay. And this is actually the stage to complete it. Now we are going to make our landscape, but that's gonna be after. Let's do like a literally 5 minutes break. Okay. Let's do like a 5 minutes break, and we're gonna be 45 back to modeling. All right. Let's do that. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it here. Okay. See you guys in 5 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back here. Let's go back to the session. Let's go back in front of the screens. We're gonna just finishing the model strong. We're gonna do the paving system. We're gonna do the landscape design, some patterns to our villa, and also at the end we, as you can see here, I have. Okay. And we can make this arrangement of the palm trees, and we can use the pool, some cool patterns that kind of looks parametric, but it's not really. And then we're gonna add some details on the facade as well. This is really cool details I really like. Recently, I'm using this a lot, so it's kind of cool. And then we're gonna arrange the sand beds we created at the first exercise. So let's jump right into it. And this is actually way faster than it looks. It's really simple to achieve. So let's can you repeat after the edge loops? Yeah, let me just quickly show you to not boring the people at the recording. So basically what I did is duplicate this, combine them, insert the edge loop in the perfect middle here. Let me explain this once again. So inserting the perfect the edge loop in the perfect middle, then delete all the faces here, and then just breach with the upper part. Okay, it's really simple procedure. Okay. All right. Go to our outliner, and then we need to actually let's select all these things and just Control G and just name it Villa. Yes, and the step 5 is our step 5. This is Villa. All right, and then Control D. If you want to, the tip about the outliner, if you want to move your group or your object outside of the group inside out outliner, if that makes any sense, you just need to press Shift P. Okay, in this case, for example, this step 1, if we want to ungroup it and just having like at the bottom of the outliner, just Shift P, and then it goes at the very down. But now let's use middle mouse and drag this back. Okay, let's roll this over, and yes. So select all the group. This is the villa group. And now when you press W, as you can see, our pivot is completely somewhere else. Basically, always when you create a group, so Control G, your pivot point goes to the coordinates that are in 0, 0. So everything always goes to the very center. When you press grid on, you can see that the pivot goes on the coordinates that are completely 0 on each axis and coordinates. And to quickly fix that, we just need to reset the pivot. So we did that before. Just press W or E or R, whatever, and then hold on D on your keyboard, right click, sorry, right click, and then reset pivot, and it goes where it should be. And now go to top view. So hold on spacebar, right click, top view, press A, not F, but A, just to see everything what's inside your scene. And now on the top axis, we can freely move, use the pivot to freely move our villa here. Press F to center around your villa. And as you can see, now we need to create this this shape around the villa. And to do that, we are going to be manipulating some geometry by hand. It's quite a lot of adjustment after all, but I think it's worth it. Let me explain. As you can see here, we have our geometry, and the landscape eventually shapes as an ellipse, but we have access from the ellipse to the shape of our villa. So basically, our landscape looks like this. Okay, and as you can see, you could say that, okay, let's create just like a sphere, and then we are going to do that. But then all inserting edge loop that following the shape and creating these arrangements wouldn't be possible because they are kind of custom made for the shape of the villa itself. So we need to do a little bit of hand modeling, but that's I think I think that's all right. So let me explain and guide you through this process. So very well. Now we need to let me just take a look at my note. All right. So when we have our villa here, need to go slightly down. We need to duplicate one of our toruses here. So we need to duplicate it here. Control D, Shift P. So in this case, it's not stuck to the previous folders, but we are kind of creating a new one, and drag this all the way here. Okay, press F to center. And as you can see, now it's double toruses, and we need to delete one. So go to face mode, hold on right click, go to face mode, double click on this, control delete, just delete, and then object mode. Okay, now the pivot is out of center of our torus, so just when activated move tool, press D and reset the pivot. Okay, now we just need to scale this 3 times. So use X and Y here on the channel box, press auto save, press 3, and as you can see, it's something like this. Press 3 to get the smooth brush preview, and the last one, detail, is just make this hole in the center of the pivots, in the center of the torus, slightly smaller, so it's not going to be any problem, and it's not going to distract us. So press R and just drag middle mouse and scale it down. Okay, like this, whatever. It doesn't really matter. It just needs to be smaller. All right. Very well. And then remember, we are on top view, so we can do that freely, not messing up with the Z axis. Okay. So now, while you're on top view, you need to place the torus. So remember the scale options is 3 times. So you need to scale this 3 times, and then you need to a little bit eyeballing, kind of adjusting the shape, maybe slightly upper or something like this. Working. It kind of is. Okay, something like that. Very well. So now go to perspective mode. Okay. Go to hold on spacebar, right click, go to perspective mode, and then press F to center. And as you can see, it's kind of intersecting because it's on 0 level. So we need to just manually drag this down, whatever. It doesn't really matter. You can go like this. You can go just underneath. It should be more or less like a safe distance like this, because this one is only our reference. Okay. And now we are going to shape the landscape for this exact ellipse shape. To do that, we need to duplicate our base. And another pro tip tool, when you have your group, and then your group contains multiple meshes, and you don't want to click plus icon and then search. Okay, now we have only, I don't know, like 4 meshes here, but imagine you have 40. Then when your group is hidden and roll up, you can just take this, click on this geometry. Your mouse should be on the outliner field and just press F. And this also works as a finding tool, and then they literally kind of guide you where your mesh is. This is really handy, especially when your model gets more complex and complex. This is actually the one thing that I found out recently. You know, I almost modeling 2 years, and I didn't know about this cool thing. This is really helpful, especially when your modeling gets more complex. Very well. Now we have our base, and then we need to control D, so duplicate. And let's control 1 to isolate. And we need to go to edge mode. So hold on, right click, drag to the edge mode. Click 2 times on the last edge that possible, you know, like this last step edge, and then control E to extrude. And now we are not going to use any of the box. We're just going to press R. And then we're going to just drag here manually, whatever that is. Then scale this a little bit in this axis and then move. So press W and move it here or something like this. If you want to podium like that, it's also cool. I really like it as well. So that was the option during the design exploration, but after all, and you can create a pool or something like this, having all the same modeling techniques, but having like a different shape that also is pretty cool. But we're gonna stick to the original, and yes, that's pretty much it. Maybe I can scale it slightly down. Yes, something like that. Okay, this is exactly what we want. And then I'm gonna show you one more cool thing. So don't lose your selection like that. When you have the selection of edge loop, you can go control, invert your selection to the faces, okay? So imagine now to select all the outer edge, all outer faces loop, we need to go to face mode, then click 1 time, click 2 times, and there's way faster way to do that. Basically, what you have to do is just use the shortcut. So it's also available here on the Create tab, and then, oh, sorry, not Select tab, and then Convert Selection to Faces. And shortcut is Control 11. So select, Convert Selection, and then to Faces. What that actually does is just give you this selection, which is way faster again than going for face mode and then clicking 2 times and all this stuff. And now we need to go again for the shortcut and reverse the selection. So Control Shift I, and then delete all the rest. And then now we just need only this part. Okay, perfect. Go to top view. So hold on spacebar, right click, drag to the left for the top view, press F to center. And now we are going to vertex mode. So hold on, right click, vertex. And now we're gonna manipulate the vertices, and we're gonna select each vertices and drag according to the reference ellipse that we have underneath. Very well. Okay, so I'll just hold on, right click, vertex. Let's press 4 for this, okay? Let's work in the wireframe mode. And then let's press 1 as well. So now what we want to do is just manually dragging this according to the shape of the ellipse, okay? Just selecting this, and for now, really randomly, not really accurate. It doesn't have, you know, the very accurate way. And then just slightly arrange. Oh, those are the close ones. To this point. Okay. So I'm just dragging in the canvas and then using a middle mouse because we are selected this. And remember, we are allowed to do that and not messing up with the Z axis because we are on the top view. If you are on the perspective and then using this tool is just, messing up with your Z. So be sure to not doing this and just go to the top view. That allows us to move it freely. Okay, more or less we are aligned this, and now just press 3, and we're gonna be a bit more precise on this. Also, remember that we don't want to have, like this kind of intersecting vertices, so be sure that everything on number 1 is clear here. All right, and then press 3, zoom in a little bit, and now we are a bit more accurate with our selection. Okay. Okay. Don't overdo it. Doesn't really have to be that perfect. After all, we are not aiming for taking any significant shots from the top view. So this is more um, just as like a general shape. Slightly here just to get this mesh a little bit of relaxed feel here and there. And I'm pretty sure now it's looking awesome. Let's press 5, perspective view. And as you can see now, we have this landscape here, but we are perfectly, but we having like a place for the villa in a perfect shape of our podium. In this case, we can um, turn off maybe the wireframe and then go to top view. Yeah, I think it's all right. Yeah. Now this as a, let's do like a shortcut ref and then drag to the villa. Oh, not really. Yeah, because this one, yes, let's do that. So ref, and then this one and this one gonna be the Control G and name it landscape. Then you can hide this, of course, we don't need it, and use our wireframe as well. Yeah, I see now that honestly this edge kind of looks tense here. So maybe what we are gonna do now, if we have like this kind of ellipse, so go to the top view and just scale uh, outer edge. So click 2 times and just slightly down, okay? And just press W and just slightly lower this up to not having like this kind of super pointy look. Actually, I have this pointy look at the top. But yeah, do the shape, whatever works for you. Maybe just too flat. Something like this. Okay, I like it. Now, Control D all the folder of the villa. So it should be like this. Drag to the left, press F, perspective view, and then yeah, we need to insert just 2 edge loops. So let's actually control this stage 3. Okay, villa 1. Okay, 1. Okay, gonna be the villa. I'm just cleaning the outliner, but it's not really mandatory, so you don't really I really need to worry about. Okay, let's go back with the landscape. Now we have the now we need to insert two edge loops. So to do that, I'm gonna introduce maybe let's try to do it with the multi or with the tool settings. Yeah, let's do it all the way. Go to edge mode. So hold on, right click, go to edge mode, and then press on one edge, shift right click, insert edge loop, and then go to the settings, and we need to press 2. Okay, so now we need, yeah, 2 edge loops, because now we are going to have some segregation in terms of the landscape. So we're going to create this pool, and we're going to create I call it like a ring 1, then ring 2 going to be the pool, and then ring 3 is like this outer landscape that is really not related to the villa. It just needs to be there. And yeah, good. And now it needs to be a little bit of hand modeling as well. So as you can see, our edge loops are not perfectly aligned like it is here. So we need to manually kind of massage them and create the shape we are happy with. Okay, so I'm gonna just isolate this. Okay, and then go to the vertex mode. So hold on, right click, go to vertex mode, and basically, or maybe let's first crease this. Let's do that. All right. So go to edge mode. Oh, go to edge mode, and then click 2 times on this one, hold on shift, click 2 times on this one, shift, right click, crystal, drag all the way to the right. Press Q to quit, press 3, and yeah, we're ready to go on this very well. Now we need to go to the vertex mode, and then it seems like there's a lot of vertices, but it's not really that huge of a deal. We need to just manually arrange them to achieve more or less like this kind of juicy pool shape here that actually surrounds the villa. So there's Control S, by the way, keep saving your model, that surrounds the villa and give us like this variety of different, let's say, pavement inside the model. So let's start with this inner edge, and we wanted to keep it slightly tighter to the villa itself. Okay, so we need to just drag them just to go for this, maybe go for 4 modes. Yes, I'm gonna gives you a better contrast and better graphic. How, concentrate on this edge for now, and concentrate, like a tip for me, it's just having the nice surrounding and not glitchy stuff like this, for example, or this in the surrounding. Just be sure that you're gonna align this very carefully at first, because then we're gonna create all the details based on this geometry. All right, so here a little bit closer, here a little bit closer. You can see I'm just keeping the distance between this vertex and these vertices like a more or less unified through all the shape here. Okay. Okay. Yes. And we can have this. This one can stay like that. Then goes like this. This one's like. And this is also pretty I don't know, it really depends on your personal taste. It's not like a grasshopper tool that, I'll give you the recipe and everything. uh Everybody gonna end up with the same. That's the beauty about the Maya, and this is also the cool thing, that it really depends on your taste and how exactly you want this mesh to look. And this is really cool feature, I guess. Okay. change this. What I'm doing, just as you can see, creating this water break between these two part of lens. All right. And then the bottom one. I'm, as you can see, constantly switching between number 1 and number 3. I'm just trying to keep this and this edge more or less like this and this, right? You want to keep this distances more or less. Yeah. Yeah, actually, I think we are done with this. I quite like the shade here. Maybe I can just slightly. Okay. I think we got it. More or less. Maybe this is too thin. This one is slightly going down. Okay. I think it's pretty cool. I'm just gonna give you guys 1 minute. I'm gonna leave this geometry here, maybe either on number 1 and number 3, that you can have you can follow this and have a minute to catch up with the sorry, with the modeling. And again, it depends on you if you want to have like a different um shape of the pool, so more extreme, it's absolutely fine. If you have actually you have the opportunity to experiment with the shapes and having like this weird and crazy stuff, that also is completely fine. And you can have like, these things, or here you can have like this. It depends on you. So if you don't want to stick with the original, that's completely fine. Actually, this part here should be done with a really careful, because that's gonna be the camera frame for our money shots. Yes, this one is cool. Okay, Control 1 to isolate. Hold on spacebar, perspective view. We are good to go. Okay, so go to your outliner and then. Okay, I messed up the naming, so that too. Okay. Very well. And now we have our reference, and this is the base. And actually, I know I want you to name this low poly, and then Control D, hide this low poly reference, and then we need to give the base name here, and we need to copy this 2 times. So Control D and Control D. Okay, so we need to have 3 copies of this. Select first copy, Control 1, hold on right click face mode, select one face, hold on shift click 2 times on the other one, delete. Okay. Yeah, of course, we need to delete this one as well. So we need to delete this one as well. Then the base 2, we need to have only the pool. So hold on, so click on one, hold on Shift, click 2 times, Control Shift I to reverse the selection, delete the rest, and then the base 3, Control 1, and we only need this one. So click on one, hold on Shift, click 2 times on the other one, Control Shift I to reverse the selection, delete. In this case, we have all these separated meshes. Of course, again, this is there is another way to do that, but this one is actually the more convenient to use, because obviously you can have this and then detach the edges and then separate the object, but I think this one is just simpler. Very well. Okay. Now we're gonna assign the material. So this middle ring is going to be our pool, so we need to assign the water material. So to do that, assign new material, and it's going to be the fong again. And then just J underscore water. Okay. Double click on this. Color rectangular, that indicates what color currently our material is, and then we want to have a little bit of the blue like that. And then I'm just going for the very light pastel color that is, yeah, more or less similar to this, maybe. Yeah, that's it. That's fine. So we have this and we are ready to go. Okay. Let's duplicate this. So we have step 2, Control D, drag to the right. And now we are going to setting up the details here. So first of all, we're gonna create some stairs, because basically this is our money shot. So this moment of the villa, so pretty much the back of the villa in this case, and this is the cover money shot. Also, we can hide this stage 1 step. Let's hide it. Okay, stage 3 step. This too we can hide. Not going in the view. Just to hide, just press H on the keyboard. And then basically we are going to develop this shot, because this is the money shot of the workshop. And I want you to focus on this area. So we are going to focus on this area and developing some details on this side. And of course, if you want, you can still have oh, thank you. Amazing. All the questions about the importing. Let's keep it at the very end. All right. So now let's add the green material to our shape. And as you can see here, we're gonna add some stairs here, just to have like a more complete look of the whole landscape of the villa that surrounds. And I think it's pretty good closure to have the stairs on one side and then the stairs on the other side as well. I think it's quite cool to have something like this. And it's going to be quite different method that we did on the base here. In this case, we're just going to insert the edge loops. Okay. Yes. So Control 1, actually. Press 1 to go to the number 1 preview. Hold on Control. Oh, sorry. Oh my God. Hold on right click, go to edge mode. And And yes, we are going to insert some edge loops, but now we are want to have them on relative. So we are going to manipulating this by hand, and we are not having any specific requirements for inserting, some certain number of edge loops. So in this case, we have to go to Shift right click, insert edge loop, and then click back on relative distance from edge, okay? And close it. We are not going to need this anymore. And then yes, we need to insert our fetch loop. So hold on, left click, and while holding it, you can just drag to the edge that we are selecting, and then you can just see how big of the step we want to create, because that's going to be the width of the stair of this step we are doing. So let's do something like this. Yes, maybe a little bit too big. Let's do something smaller. Let's do something like that. And then the other one, more or less, it really doesn't matter. As you can see, they are not equal, but that's completely fine. Now we're gonna bevel the edges. So click 2 times on this, click 2 times on this one, holding the shift, and we're gonna bevel edge. And by default, I use this as a 0.1, and it should work for you as well. But in some cases, if you have the problem that this is too big or super too small, just manually adjust the width. It should be really, really small. So 0.1 is all right. And then press 3. And as you can see, we have this additional edges. And then we're going to select only this. Control, right click, edge loop utilities to the edge loop. Then hold on Shift, right click, crease tool, and just drag all the way to the right. And as you can see, we can clearly have like two lines, but when you zoom in, as you can see, we have this split edge, and this is and that's the effect we wanted to achieve, because now we're going to rise the stairs and rise all the rest to just give that look. Okay, so press Q to quit the tool, go to face mode. So hold on, right click, go to face mode, and then click on one face, click 2 times on the other one, and just type press W, okay, and just type here 0.2. Very well. And as you can see, our stair just pop in. And then hold on Shift, click on one face, hold on Shift, click times on the other one, and then we have edge loop again. We are going to do the same, so 0.2, and then we have two edges. When you control one, as you can see, we have this cool pavement that is that gives us a really cool look. Nice. Let's just set the proper settings to the geometry. So go to base shape, then antique use global, and then just propagate. Okay, we have this. So in this case, there is only the preview mode, and there is one way to get around. And to do that, you need to go to edge mode. Hold on, I click 2 times on this one. And then basically what you have to do is just harden the edge. So to do that, this is the option hidden in the marking menu. So to do that, you need to go to Shift, right click, soften harden edges, and then harden edge. And as you can see, now they are perfectly fine. If some sort of mesh preview give you these weird glimpses and glitches on the material, it's most of the time this feature. So we have the stairs, as you can see, in every corner of our villa, which is definitely something that we wanted to do. Okay, let's insert the material now. So go to face mode, select one, click time, select the other one, and then we only need to change this section of the material. So go to right click, new assign new material, and then go for Lambert, and then it's gonna be J underscore green darker or dark. Let's put it dark. And then click 2 times on the color button, go for some more or less this, and we need to pick the color. Okay. Okay. I'm always going for some kind of pastel color palette inside my, I don't know. I just kind of like it like this. Okay, we are almost done. We are just 2 steps before ending this session. So yeah, bear with me. What else? Okay, to give like a cool detail on the pool. Yeah, actually, you know what? Let's give a little bit of the transparency to the water as well. Okay, so when you have the water, go for a slight transparency for the water as well. I'm gonna explain you why in a minute. So then you need to duplicate the pool mesh, Control D. Um, this is pool, and this is pool detail. And this is pool detail, and then Control 1, edge mode, and then insert some edge loops. Like it can be like a random one, like a 3 edge loops. Then click on all of those edge loops, and then bevel them, okay? And actually, 0.1 here works well. Maybe 0.2. Let's keep it 0.1, okay? Press 3. It's going to be way easier to select this. Select one, select the other one, select the loops, Control Shift I, delete, and now we have this detail on the waving detail. And then what I want to do is just drag them slightly underneath the water, and then assign again a new material. So it's going to be a light material. Hold on, right click, assign new material. It's going to be whatever font. Let's do font, and then call it light white. And of course, it's not emissive material, but it kind of give you the glimpse of having this on white. So drag this all the way to the very right side, and then ambient color goes again like this, and this third tab here, oh sorry, fourth tab goes again here like that. And in this case, we are creating like this total complete white material, which has absolutely no, like any shadows has no influence on this material. And that kind of creates the illusion that we are having the light strips, but they are not really emissive by any means. Although when you press, when you are inserting the 7, I guess, yes. 7, when you press 7 on your keyboard, then you going for the light mode. So we don't have any lights yet in the scene. And this is why this is kind of give you as the glowing effect, but it's really fake. It's not like a real one. Let's press 5 again. Yes, we have this cool feature here. Maybe it's slightly too. Okay. I don't know. Okay, let's keep it that way. And again here. Okay. Yes, we're gonna add this pretty cool detail, and it's gonna be the last detail before we are jumping to arranging some cool stuff. So let's do that. Actually, let's assign existing material, and it's gonna be this dark green. Oh, sorry, no, really. Let's Control Z. First, let's duplicate this. So let's do Control D, and then just type here in the Z box minus 0. Let's do 1 or 2. Let's do 0.2. Okay. And then Control 1 to isolate, and to this mesh, assign the green dark. I'm going to explain that in a minute. Then we need to take care of this mesh here. So we need to insert 4 edge loops, 3 edge loops. So to do that, go on number 1, go to right click in edge mode, click on one edge, then go to tool settings, and then shift right click, insert edge loops, multiple edge loops, go for 3, and then just press here. Okay, we have the 3 edge loops. H to quit the tool, press 3, and now shift. We need to click on shift right click and then detach components. Okay. In this case, we are creating this cool detail, parametric looking detail on the floor that give us like this higher definition of the entire model. And again, we are developing this scene, so we are focused only on this part because running out of time. You at home, you can just experiment with these techniques and develop all the rest of the meshes in that way whenever you want. So actually, let's go to the vertex mode and go to top view. So hold on spacebar, right click top view. And we want to give that look here in these edges. So just press 1 on this edge, hold on shift, press second one, and the third here. Okay, press W, and then slightly move the pivot here. And as you can see, because we are detached, the edges, they are not really connected with each other. And this is why we are creating this cool looking pattern. Unfortunately, we are guessing wrong. Okay. Keep something like this. Then select these things. Just manipulate to have like this kind of cool opening here. Right? Yes. Nice. And when you turn off the wireframe, as you can see, this is kind of really cool fading away pattern that actually here goes on the full solid white or full solid gray, and then it's slightly open to this point, giving you the glimpse of the mesh underneath. So in this case, it's going to be our greeneries or the grass or whatever material you want. Okay. That's cool. Yes. This is nice. So yeah, basically that's pretty much it. We can use this mesh again, and maybe this time go to edge mode, and then select this edge, this, and this, and then okay, we are again guess wrong. This one, and this one, like that. Yeah. Having another opening here as well. So 2 sides here. Yeah, looks cool. Love it. Very well. Okay, let's duplicate and then go for another shot. Basically what I did here, I did the same. So, but we don't really have time now for doing this because running out of time, then we're gonna skip this part. But basically it's everything the same as it was here. So basically you're just adding edge loops, then detach, and then just manipulate the vertices or edges and move them manually to achieve this cool parametric kind of look of the detail. So we're gonna skip this actually. Yes. So step 7, okay. Step 3. Step Or okay, so we're gonna skip this one, and then we're gonna go right to the very end of this. And basically, as you can see, all the details here are the same. I'm only missing this one. So this is another applying of all the same features. So completely the same story. And now we are detailing our pavilion itself. Okay. So now let's bring our people and our stand beds that we created at first with the humans and with the palms. Okay, so Control D and drag this here. Press F to center. Okay, I chose that the place for the sunbeds will be here. Yes, perfect. Then we're gonna arrange the palms, and then the human figure is just here. Also, I just noticed that this one is actually not white, but it's let's assign a new material, then Lambert again. Then it's gonna be green light. And then just having like a light green here. Yes. So we are more like a vibe here with a more greenery. Very well. Now we're gonna rearrange a little bit the sunbeds. So actually, let's Shift P these things. So select all your assets that we bring in, and then Shift P, and then group Control G, and then assets, and then drag this to the step 4. Okay, and in this case, we're gonna have everything organized. Okay. Select the sunbed and select the podium, Control 1, go to top view, hold on spacebar, top view, press F, and now we are going to arrange, let's go for wireframe. We are going to arrange our sunbeds, all right? It's gonna be facing towards the pool, so something like this. And then I'm just Control D, move it, E to rotate tool, just slightly rotate it, Control D again. This is actually perfect. Or maybe slightly here. Then Control D, rotate it, Control D, rotate it, Control D, rotate it, then Control D, rotate here, Control, maybe like this is enough, Control D here, and rotate even higher on this side, and well, maybe last one like this. Hold on spacebar, go to perspective mode, and as you can see, we have, yes, our sunbeds. Now we need to repositioning the and now it's floating. Oh yeah. Okay, our sunbeds need to be adjusted. So okay, let's keep it like this. In case our lady it's not really sitting on the thing, before duplicating, you can just go to edge mode and slightly pull this edge up to keep the design, but kind of give you the more look. But this is optional, not really needed to do that. All right, so let's focus on our scene here, and now let's arrange some palms. Actually, let's go to top view, and then Control D, and move just along. Control D. Now we can just rotate it to not having like this kind of artificial arrangements of the trees itself. Let's do one here. Let's do one here. Let's do, I don't know, one here. And then you can populate the trees really here. I can imagine if that would be in the rendering software, all this dark green stuff gonna be the forest. So we have this kind of look. But now all the palms looks kind of weird because they are artificially the same. So we're gonna press R to scale. And yes, we're gonna differentiate them a little bit to not give this kind of fake look. It's already looking better. So this, yeah, something like that. And our scene looks more and more believable now. Very well. Okay, the next step going to be the adding the louvers. So this cool detail, that architectural detail that you can add on your building, whatever that building is, that following the geometry. So let's Control D to duplicate the glass mesh. Control 1. Then go to Edge mode. Press number 1 to go to number 1 mode. And then we need to hold on Shift, right click, and then insert edge loop. And then we are going to do exactly the same, but now we are setting up the 3, and I'm pretty sure we want to insert like a 5 edge loops. Okay, so change this to 5, open your tool settings, change to 5, insert, and bam, that's it. And now we want to bevel them. So press Q to quit the tool, and then Shift right click, bevel edge. Okay, and this is why I ask you to put a little bit of the distance between those two volumes, because now we are really need to create a fraction that is slightly fatter. So for me, 0.8 works as some sort of maximum, maybe 0.9, but be sure that the sections are not intersecting with each other. So let's even go for 0.9, but let's keep it like a safe distance. Press 3 and go to face mode. So hold on, right click, face, click on one, click 2 times, click on one, click 2 times on the other one, repeat, and select all these guys. Then Control Shift I, delete, and we have our louvers. Although now we need to add a little thickness of them. So Control 1 again, and then of course we need to crease the edges, but it would take so long to manually click all the edges here. So we're gonna use the trick we know. Go to face mode, hold on, right click, go to face mode, select all, drag, and select all the faces. And use the shortcut Control right click to edges parameter. Okay, and now all the edges are selected. Then go for Shift right click, crease tool, and just drag. Okay. Control E for extrusion, and then I think 0.2 maybe. Let's do 0.2. Now lose the selection, Control, hold on, right click to edge parameter, hold on, Shift right click, crease tool, and then just drag to the right. Okay. And now, of course, we need to change the material. Okay. And assign existing material, and we're gonna use okay, assign a new material. Let's do Lambert, and then let's go J black, or maybe let's do black. And then just never do like complete black, just do like a very dark gray. It's dark enough. And in this case, we have this cool louvers here. Very well. And then we are missing the additional roof. So from this model, we are missing this kind of cool roof and the detail on the facade, okay? So I think that would be pretty much it. And then all this kind of settings kind of works well. Okay, we're gonna start with the roof. And yeah, like I think 10 more minutes and we are good to go. Okay, so just duplicate this upper volume. So Control D, Control 1, go to face mode, select one, Shift, click 2 times on the other one, Control Shift I to reverse, delete. And then we want to extrude this outer edge. So Control E to extrude, and then give the 0.5, oh sorry, go 0.5 in the offset. So we need to go 0.5 in the offset, and then press G to repeat the extrusion, and then go for thickness, or maybe for offset as well, for 1, no 2. Okay, yes. This is what we wanted. No, it's actually bigger. Second roof, offset 2, actually. Okay, so don't lose the selection, offset 2, Control F11, convert the selection from edge to face, and then Control Shift I, delete the rest, and we have this secondary roof. We're gonna also assign like a maybe black. It's not really black. Okay, like this. And then we're gonna go to edge mode, click 2 times on this, click time on this one, Shift right click, crease tool, drag all the way to the right, object mode, Control E, and then actually extrude minus, oh no, 0.3 in this case, 0. Or maybe 2. Let's do 0.2. Yes. And then, as you can see, we have this volume underneath, and then Control right click to edge parameter, and then Shift right click crease tool, crease them here. Okay. And now we need to insert only the edge loops here. Insert edge loop, and let's do actually 5. And crease them as well. Crease tool all the way to the right. And then vertex, actually gonna every second. So I selected every middle vertices here and just drag like up here and drag. Do the same with this one and then with this one. So those are the moments where our villa coming in. And up, so use this. Yes. Yes, and it looks pretty complete. The last thing I think we want to arrange like a planter inside because we have the holes. So now we want to just extrude this, Control E, maybe press 1, be on number 1, then do a little bit of the thickness, 0.1, then the offset 0.2 maybe, to have this slight inclination, and then press G to repeat. And now we are now using the box now. Just press R for scale tool and just drag down just to have like a very small tip here. Of course, when you press 3, it's gonna be like a complete trash because we need to crease those 2 edges. So go to edge mode, click on this one 2 times and shift for click 2 times on the other one. Shift right click, crease tool, 3. and we have like a cool detail as well. And then go to face mode. So shift right click, select, drag, and select all these faces. And assign existing material, so green dark. And we can arrange as well some Control D and moving the palms. Maybe they can be a little bit smaller. Just to not having like a empty space here. Okay. So this looks more believable, I guess. Okay, we have our patterns. We have this. We have the second roof. Yes, I'm pretty sure we are done modeling. Maybe we can do just like the last detail that is really lovely that I really like. So isolate the isolate the base and then press 1 and then go to face mode and select one face, click 2 times on the other one, then manually holding shift, press this one, and then holding shift this, click 2 times on the other one, and then we have selected all these things. And then basically what we need to do is just Control E. So we're going to extrude, and then we are using the box and setting the offset. Okay, so we are setting the 0.5 offset. Let's do this. So 50 centimeters offset. And then we are going again, but this time we are going 0.0, I don't know, like 4 or no, 0.1. Let's do 0.1. Let's do 0.1 in the second offset. So first 0.5, then 0.1. And then don't lose this selection. We need to crease the outer edge. So hold on, right click to edge parameter. Okay. And then hold on shift, click 2 times on this edge, and hold on shift clicks 2 times on this edge as well. And this one as well. Yes, this one as well. And hold on shift right click, crease tool, and drag all the way to the right. Press 3, press Q, yes, and we are ready to go. And now, okay, actually we should not losing the selection. So we need to select the faces once again. And select maybe assign new material. And then it's gonna be the Lambert again, and then it's gonna be white. And let's keep the settings like this. It's cool at white. And then this edge here. So go to the face mode and this slide design detail, we're going to put this bronze color. So go for this and go for this. Assign existing material, bronze. In this case, we have some pattern on the flooring as well, and it looks more interesting with this thing. I think we can just close this guy. So hold on, right click, go to edge mode, click 2 times on this and just scale it down. Okay, so we have like this spaces here where we can, of course, design some interior and having fun and designing, you know, the all zones or some office or some bedroom or whatever that is here. But basically, what I'm really happy with that we are done with our class today and we have the money shots. So I hope some of you guys can end up with this. Control S, your model. And yeah, it's pretty much that's it. Let me just have a close look at this. Yes, I think so. So actually we have maybe 2 more minutes. So let me just show you this missing part that we haven't done. So go to edge mode, insert one edge loop. So insert edge loop. Of course, now we are on a multiple, but then let's go for one, the perfect center. Okay. And actually let's crease this. So shift right click, crease tool, crystal, go to top view. And then what I did, basically, I just gave here a little bit of massaging and different zoning, like having this unregular, yes, then we have this, go to vertex and then just designing this. Actually, I quite like this shape here. So we have, for example, this as a exiting material, adding exiting, and this is actually green light. So in that case, it looks even more interesting. And then just select this outer edge, Control Shift Crease tool, and Control E, and just W, and just drag this slightly down. Then we add this kind of thickness of the background. It's not looking like this generic, but yeah, more or less, it's looking like this. You can getting the detail on this villa, in an infinite time almost. So basically, if you want to give another detail, just insert edge loops here. So insert edge loop, add another one, and then just bevel them or just manually arrange them and assign a different material. So for example, even here, I can select this and assign, I don't know, maybe the dark green. Where's the J dark? Yeah, this one. To just break the monotony and creating another waving pattern. The whole beauty of this that we're having this wavy pattern and taking a look from the closer perspective, it really creates this beautiful movement and the beautiful curve that really works well with the villa, I guess. So pretty much that's it. Yes. I'm pretty sure it's end.
Well, thank you so much.
Yeah.
I know you're tired, 5 hours, hardcore
It was
5 hours.
it was pretty intense, that's true. But I'm really happy that still there are some people modeling with me. I'm really happy. I really appreciate that you're doing this, guys. It's really lovely software. You really need to spend a proper time with it, and it's lovely. It's really lovely.
Yeah, true. So yeah, a couple of questions,
Yes.
quick ones. So guys, if you have any questions, write in the chat section or in the Q&A so we can ask. So can you do this in Rhino Subdi with the springiness that you have? Like, of course you can model it, but can you have that freedom?
Well, with the Subdi, the case is that everything is doable. In a matter of hand, it's even doable in 3ds Max or even in SketchUp with some plugins. But the matter is that what really matters in that way is the speed. And I know some guys that you're like, even my boss or a lot of workshop with Mariana. And
yeah, we had so many Subdi workshops. Yeah.
Exactly. And basically it's all about the speed of modeling. And I think still Maya leading with this fast modeling and developing the sketches and developing the ideas. It's doable 100% in Rhino, but I think Rhino does not offer that fluency in the workflow that we have here, because basically everything, and this is because not only the ability of the program itself, of the software itself, but it's more about how the things are laid out, how accessible all those settings are in Maya. And I'll show you, like, everything is just on the right click, or you can just switch the shift or control tab or spacebar, and everything just in the area of your work space. So I think in this case, Maya is for the advanced user. This is not only an advanced user, but because I think Subdi is doable, but it's definitely more stiff in terms of the workflow, and it's slower, and I think it's still behind Maya in terms of this fluency of achieving the shapes.
Yeah, I can imagine. And also, do you switch between softwares, like transferring data or transferring objects or geometries to work on other softwares, like
Yes,
Rhino, maybe? Do you do that?
yes, yes. Actually, there's a way to import the meshes from Maya to Rhino, and either is like a two ways. I know like a two ways. Let me just
Mhm.
actually show you. Maybe I can share again and I can show you. Just let me only like a grab one geometry. Maybe I can show this an example of the
Mhm.
Give me a second.
Yeah, sure. Take your time. So those people who are asking about the video, so it's live on YouTube. You can just click here and watch it again.
Yeah. So so basically the way because when you export your geometry to any software from this point, everything would look like this. So this number one preview, because this one is only Maya preview. And to freeze this geometry, you need to go to modify, convert, and smooth mesh preview to polygons. Okay. And in this case, we are freezing this preview only mode, like this display only mode, to a real mesh. So now when you press one or when you don't press three, because you can try this later, nothing changes because this is the frozen geometry. Okay, so and now when you export this as a simple as a polygon, you can export this to each software you want, so the rendering for the rendering company, so for the 3ds Max, for the Rhino, and for any other software as well. There is a way, honestly, I have to be honest with you, I haven't done this for a while. There is option that you can also, maybe let's try this. Also, there is a way to convert this maybe polygons to SABD. Not really, but there as a NURBS, there's like a certain way to do that, and one of those settings are here, so you can experiment with this, and you can export this as a NURBS. So it's also workable with Rhino, inside Rhino.
Right. And Irena says, why does Maya have so many crashes? It leads me to believe they don't update so often, like software like Blender.
Yes. Actually, that is frustrating, especially that the professional
You should have backups, auto backups.
the commercial license is quite expensive compared to other softwares. And honestly, I don't know the answer. Ask Autodesk. But I'm really frustrated by this constant crashes as well. But that's the reality. We don't really have any
Unfortunately.
power to do that. Yeah,
I mean, Rhino also crashes.
that's true. That's true.
Rhino
also.
Grasshopper crash. So this is a software problem this is a technical problem for all of them.
Yeah.
And Rez says, thank you so much for extra share. It was so worth the wait. Question:
Nice.
Are there any scripts or plugins for switching between units that you'd recommend for a design production workflow?
Sorry, where's the question? Sorry again. Sorry.
Are there any scripts or plugins for switching between units that you would recommend for a design production workflow?
No,
I mean, probably softwares or units, yeah.
But you mean units by like the real units that we are modeling in, or units by I don't know. I don't understand.
Yeah, maybe Rez, can you elaborate more on that point, please? Until Rez goes to details. Yan says, Yan Chiang, yes, after this workshop, I'm arriving to conclusion that the logical steps offered by Maya lead you to be a more coherent ensemble. I will absolutely retake seriously Maya and combine it to Grasshopper. So Rez says, in Maya, imperial units or metric?
I think the metric.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure.
He's asking if there's any plugin or switch to
No, I'm not
switch
familiar with any of this.
Okay.
Unfortunately, sorry.
You should do it manually, Rez.
I think so. Maybe you can just type in Google. Honestly, I'm living in Europe, so I didn't have any requests for switching the imperial metrics.
Yeah. And let me see what's on Zoom left. Could you show how to turn the subdivisions into panels like your thesis project? Are there any?
Yes.
Are they detached or do you extrude them? Always wanted to know how to get those seams. Is it easy to do? Like
it's
wanted
very
to
easy.
show?
I'm gonna show it. Yeah, because
Okay.
I really had to figure it out as well. I'm gonna do this as well here. So
Awesome.
let's do on two. It's very easy. So basically, when you're do the procedure, so you have this simple mesh. So you have all these things like a low poly, right? Have something like this, and then you need to go to modify, convert smooth mesh preview to polygons, and then when you do that, in channel box, in input section, you have the poly smooth face. And here you can switch between those modes. So 2, 3, 4, and go on. Don't go usually above the 5, by the way. I'm gonna use this on, let's do, okay, 2. Okay. And in this case, we need to just extrude this meshes, but let me explain why. Go to face mode. I'm going to do that only on this, for example, on maybe these things. Yeah, only on this one, but the technique is applicable to, the whole building. So basically now you have to Control E, and then you need to keep faces together off. And then you need to go with an offset, with a slight offset. So in this case, 0.02, I don't know, something like this. And as you can see here, we are separating all the polygons and all the mesh and all the faces that we have into separate things, and then press G and add slightly thickness, so 0.04. Okay, minus 0.04. And then you can see when you turn on the edges, this is the paneling technique that I use for my master. And obviously it's not accurate, and it's only like a preview. It's not like a real building stuff, because basically to get this build, so all the Zaha building are, the natural workflow is having all the concepts modeled in Maya. Then they are taking their geometry to Rhino, and then the specialist from Rhino divisions working on the panelization, and this is done. I bet this is done in a parametric way with the using of Grasshopper. But this is actually the way I did my master, and it kind of give you like this cheating feeling, right? Because it's in reality they could be those panels, but I don't believe that they are efficient and optimized for any building or construction thing. So basically this is just like giving like a detail and preview, and you can adjust, because in this case maybe you can just delete, and then going for Control E again, off, keeping faces together off, then offset 0.01, and then press G and minus 0.043, whatever. maybe this size of the panel looks more believable, but then it kind of gives you this, segmented preview, which is not really fluid at all. So the higher you go, then the panels are smaller, and maybe if you're going for bricks or something like this, that works. But then the panels from the concrete, not really works like that. But basically, that's the, let's say, more or less this kind of feature that I have on my master. I think, as you can see, this is pretty much this technique, right? So you have panelization, like a, let's say, like a imitation of panelization, right?
Well, thank you so much. Yeah,
I know,
this
like,
is really
there's like a
nice.
one question from Ali. Please do make the PDF on the views before you end the class. I really don't know what you are talking about, really. You have to explain this because I really have no idea what that means.
Probably that's a screenshot. They
Okay.
mean to make
Okay.
a PDF or a screenshot.
Yeah, so basically, there is no secret about this. You just use your kind of Windows default screenshot tool and just do the screenshot of your screen, and that's it. I did this for the presentation. I did this for the stuff that I posted online. So this is pretty much that's it. There is no like hidden method to do the screenshot. You can setting up the light, but despite this is I didn't use the light, honestly. So it's all like a default screen. You can have like this default tool from Windows, or on Mac is also available. So you have the screenshot tool, take a screenshot of the screen. That's it.
Awesome. Well, last question from Rez. I was wondering if ZHA, shop architects, or other design firms had specific workflows for something like site design. Do you import reference images for CAD sites, plans, or etc.? How do you resolve that dimensional or scale differences?
I don't believe that they are import any references images, or there is no way to import the CAD site plans to Maya. You can import the images. Super simple. You can check this online. It literally just kind of have like a view.
Drag
This
and
is,
drop.
yes, and this is very simple. So you can insert the images, but there's absolutely I think my AirPods are dead. But okay, let's get a second.
That's fine. Can you hear me? I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Now it should be fine.
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
My earphones are dead.
That's fine. That's fine. It's been 5.5 hours. We
Yeah.
understand.
It's
It's
totally
okay.
fine. So let's finish with this question. So basically, you can import the image. You can't import a CAD site plan, and then I don't think they're using any references as modeling. Their job as a designers in Maya at Zaha are based off throwing ideas all around. So they are not importing any references. They creating the references. So they are creating multiple sketches at the daily basis to just throw iterations and ideas, and they are discussing this in the team because basically the pretty similar workflow is in mind now at my work.
Well, thank you so much, Jan. This is really brilliant, and I look forward to having you back. We're gonna do an extensive version of this workshop, an advanced version.
Yes.
Probably in 2 months. So we're gonna announce it very soon, guys. So please stay tuned with us. And yeah, looking forward to see you in our upcoming events. And also about the discounts, don't forget what I mentioned, and also drop the links in the chat about the membership and also the Skill Up version.
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much, Jan, and
Thank you.
see you soon. Bye.
Thank you, guys. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye. Guys, I also forgot to mention that the workshop will be available on YouTube and also on our website. If you are interested to get the certificate, it will be available very shortly. Just visit our website and the courses section. You will be seeing Cyber Villa. And see you soon. Bye.